they're going to reach the age that I am at now. So call me old, ladies. I understand you're jealous. You're jealous of my longevity. Your pussy holes are about the size of my Stanley Cup, so you probably are unsure if you're going to even, the type of life that you're living, you're not sure if you'll make it to my old ass age. So I understand why you're hating on the fact that the Lord has blessed me with life. Stay jealous.
Wait, I need
not an insult.
Not the Stanley Cup.
I need a little clarity. No, so you're saying that if somebody bangs one of these chicks, it's like throwing a hot dog down the hallway?
You know, listen, these girlies with the gaping pussies are the loudest on social media because they ain't got shit to do but suck dick, fuck, and carry burdens and babies. And they realize that they're like, she's the opposite. She's everything I want to be and achieve. And to you ladies, I respect the woman that you could become someday. Good luck on that journey.
Let me ask the room a question. Who had on their bingo card nice saying gaping pussies tonight? Anybody?
Yeah. Remind me never to piss now. Remind me to never ever piss now.
Because you got to shut it down immediately. Because if you give a bitch an inch, she will take a mile and open up a room. And I'm the type of bitch, listen, I take advantage, full extent of the white man's laws. I'm calling the police, filing complaints, and filing lawsuits. I'm not arguing with you hoes. The white man said sue bitches and have them arrested. Yes, white man, thank you. Thank you for your laws. Thank you.
All right, let me just say this segment of Healthy Debates is sponsored by John Kitover for Congress. If you like John, vote for him. Congress, I think, whatever assembly seat that was, 16 or 17. John's on stage. He's our close politician. But let me say hello to Poochie. Pooch, what's up, big stank?
What's up?
How you doing, bro?
What y'all doing so late in the room, man?
Well, you know, I wasn't on the app most of the day other than this morning. And I kept getting text messages offline, but I'm missing all this drama. So I came in, I said, oh, so what I miss? If it's about somebody running a room with my name in the title, I don't give a fuck. Keep talking. Because the more you talk, more people are interested in finding out who I am. The hate is stoked the engine, bro.
Your name was in the title today?
I wasn't in the title, but I was spoken about for about 3 hours by somebody. And it's all good. Keep talking, baby.
God damn, baby. God damn. How the fuck? Man. Thanks, man. Say about, we talked about the other side about doing.
Happy Saturday, Pooch.
Hey, Nye, I know that you've been in Hollywood, but where are you born?
I'm born and raised in Chicagoland area in the Midwest, but yep, I lived in Hollywood. California for 20 years, and that's why I had to tell somebody yesterday. I sent a message far and wide or Clubhouse to the person who's doxing. I made sure that this individual knows. Listen, my resources and connections, based on my 20 years working in the industry, are very long and wide. Dox me, and I will destroy your fucking life. Okay? I know people who will find anybody if need be. So, yeah, I'm sorry, I just went off on a tangent. That's that Suki coming out Jackson. Midwest girl, and yeah, I worked in Hollywood for about 20 years until I came back. There's my girl coming in. I won't say her name, but she knows who she is, and I love her. Shout out to my boo, Marley boo. I love me some Marley. Happy Saturday, Marley.
Hey, Marley. Hey, Pat. Hey, HR. Kim, I see you, Kim. E, how you doing? Elizabeth, good to see you again. Man, Elizabeth's been coming to my room for years now. Good lady right there. Summer, how you doing? Notorious in the house. Guys, we're going popcorn style. If you have something to say, disrespectful on my policy. Now, I do need to step away for 2 minutes. So I'm going to leave it to you, Adams, and Pooch, the big Pooch.
No problem. It's popcorn style, guys. If you just came into the room, the poll at the top, if you don't see the poll, that means you have to update your app. Some people are not sure how to update the app, so you just got to go into your Apple Store if you have on iPhone, or Google Play, I think, on Android. Download the most recent version of Clubhouse. Come back in. You'll see the chat on the poll, which is asking, how important is Clubhouse to you? Very important, not at all. Clubhouse is life. I'm addicted. I'm addicted. Because first of all, with my job as an entertainment news reporter, I have to spend an unhealthy amount of time on social media because of the type of work I do, researching, gathering, posting, et cetera, et cetera. So between Clubhouse and X, I get my fill of the fuckery. But I'm addicted to Clubhouse because I really am. There are a handful of people on this app that I simply adore. I adore their perspectives, even, when they're being positive, negative, when they're bringing the smoke, bringing the heat, all of it. I just love. And I was being, I host my own rooms on Saturday, usually at 2 p.m. Central. I have a house here called Press Hollywood, where we talk about conspiracies, UFOs, mostly celebrities and entertainment. And I was supposed to host my room today, but I was just so kind of discombobulated about some shit that happened on this app with doxing last night that I couldn't host my room today. And I had people hitting me up all day. Where's your room? Where's your room? Where's your room? So I felt, I always feel special to know that while there are people on this app that I appreciate and I like to tap in with to see how they're doing, seeing what they're talking about, the love is reciprocated when I don't, kind of feel that need for others when they want their celebrity gossip or they want to talk about conspiracies, because I am a proud card-carrying member of the Conspiracy Theory Society. I put on my tinfoil hat daily. And so we like to say, and I love that, I have this saying, your vibe attracts your tribe. And so I have found my tribe on this app, and I love these people. And even though some of these people I don't know personally, I feel a spiritual connection, that energy, that exchange of energy on this app, and I will defend these people, and some of y'all might be like, well, so-and-so is not worth you defending, so-and-so is not worth you talking to because they said this on the app, or they said that, or their past is this and that. You know what? That's got fuck all to do with me. You're kind to me, you're respectful to me, you don't talk shit about me, I reciprocate it, and if the shit hits the fan, I pride myself in not arguing and fighting with people on the app. Like I said, I will, if I have to get ratchet, I can, because I won't let people walk all over me, but if I have to defend people who are good people, I will, right? And I was speaking to somebody earlier about a mutual kind of friend, quote unquote, who is caught up in some shit. And I said, somebody's got to defend this person. We tend to support this person's faces. We tend to laugh and kiki with this individual, which would suggest we like to be around this person. Some of us spend all day in this person's room. And when the shit hits the fan, folks are like, well, they had it coming. The same people who like to laugh and kiki and be up in this individual's face, now they're nowhere to be found when it's time to defend. And you know what? I'm not going to throw our friend under the bus like that, right? So defend your people. Be good to your people on this app. If there are people on here that you like and appreciate and respect, whether you know them personally or not, if you get a good feeling from them, if you feel like they're true, authentic person, I'm not saying involve yourself in drama. I'm not saying fight and spar with their enemies. But if the opportunity arises and you can subtly, safely defend them from bullshit, be an honorable, righteous person and do that. I feel like people, it speaks highly of your character, and I think people you defend might appreciate you for that, right? So I'll land. The stage is open.
Yeah, I'm with you now. I'm definitely addicted to the app because I'm busy enough where I don't need to be on that. But even when I'm busy, I find time to come on here and listen for a wide range of reasons. Like sometimes I go in the rooms and they're philosophy rooms, are like super intellectual, and I learn a lot. And other times, people on here going crazy and talking about shit that just cracks me the fuck up. I don't know. It's a different type of social media than I've ever experienced because, I grew up when Facebook started and all that good stuff. So I don't know, something is very transparent even when people hide themselves. Something is very transparent about hearing somebody's perspective through their voice and getting to hear, from the fluctuation to the standpoint they're coming from. There's something very transparent about this app.
Hey,
somebody hides themselves.
Pooch, hold on 1 second real quick. Yo, everybody, if you like healthy debates and you want a little bit of a spicier side, I pinned Press Hollywood on the top. Just hit that link and join this lady's house. She's amazing. You have a great time in that, promise.
Oh, thank you, JB. That's so sweet of you.
So, like I said, I got to step aside for 2 minutes. I'm going to let you guys run it. Let's get some more people in here. Ping, ping, ping.
Poochie, go ahead and finish. I don't know if you had a chance to land. Go ahead.
No, that was a good interjection because I was done. But yeah, apps just I don't know, it's just interesting. So yeah, I'm definitely addicted to it. Nah, I'm with you on that.
You know, it's crazy. I'm an old goat. There was a time where, like, the biggest, like, interaction that I would have with someone was in Yahoo chat. There was a time where Yahoo had, like, chat rooms, and you could, like, go in there and talk. I mean, there was, like, only typing and maybe a little bit of voice if your mic was good, but, like, it just was not as interactive. You couldn't see on space, anything like that. And so this app is really great. I think for me personally, I think I like the old Clubhouse better, like how it was before they did the big change. I liked it the way it was because it was just set up nice and it was easy to find, you know, what you were looking for. And now maybe I need to do something because like I'm seeing all these rooms pop up in my feed and I'm like, I have no desire for like 95% of these rooms. When I look on the list, there's maybe 2 rooms at any given time that I may want to join. But other than that, it's just a bunch of hogwash. And yeah, so I usually get on here and I try to find people who I feel like are intelligent, but you know, still have the ratchet side. Because sometimes, you know, we be here for the smoke and we're here for the shit, and we want to, you know, talk shit and hear people get the shit beat out of them on, you know, verbally. But other than that, you know, I want to hear intellectual talk and people being smart, and you know, I like to learn things, you know, and I love to be around people who don't think they know everything and are always willing to learn. That's always fun. So, but yeah, I'm glad I fell in here tonight.
Is this your first time in Healthy Debates Room?
Not my first time, but it may have been like, this is probably like my first time actually feeling like maybe there may be people in here that aren't disgusting. I don't know. Just
Yeah,
for lack of a better word, you know. So I'm just like, okay, cool. This seems. Unfortunately, I know the next time I probably see this and it'll be a totally different conversation. It'll be totally different people in here, and I'll be like, oh, who are these stinks? But for right now, you know, I'm happy with who's in here.
Jasmine, we usually don't run rooms on Saturday nights, but you know, me and Nye and Adams had a conversation. I said, you know, let me open a room. But rest assured, ma'am, there's piece of shit's in the VIP section right now. If there's any other room, I'd point them out. But tonight, I'm not going to take any headshots. I'm really trying to bring the temperature down. You know, listen, the people that I've been around for 5 years, people that I've got to know, like Nye, I know Adam's offline, Poochie, I'm hoping to get to know offline. These are good people. I'm not going to surround myself with scammers and scumbags and lowlifes. You know, so that's just welcome to Healthy Debates. You'll see we have some good conversation. Like Holly just came on stage. She's a great lady, great mom.
Hey y'all, I'm back. I have to put my kiddos to bed. Thank you for being such a wonderful mother.
Jordy's coming back up on the stage, I think. Jordy, welcome back to the stage. Did you kind of want to chime in on, you know, your experience on Clubhouse? How do you like Clubhouse? Do you know, are you addicted to Clubhouse? Are you kind of indifferent to Clubhouse? What kind of rooms do you like going into? The mic is yours, Jordy, if you would like to speak, sir.
Jordy, Bueller.
And then, of course, we always have to deal with this when people either come up on the stage, you call them and they don't on mic, or they sit in the goo, listen to the conversation, and then come up and don't know what the hell you're talking about. Go ahead, Jordy.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
No, you're all good. It's okay.
As you already might notice, I forgot to put on my mic. It's my second time using the app Clubhouse.
You are forgiven, sir. I'm sorry for talking shit. Go ahead.
I'm from the Netherlands.
Steve, go ahead.
the reason that I'm using this app is because sometimes when I come home after a long day of work or something, I just feel the need to still have a conversation with some people, and then I thought this would be a good option.
I like that. Let me ask you something. You're from the Netherlands. Okay. Do you like the Hives? Are you familiar with the Hives?
With the Hives, I don't know what's that about.
Okay. They're a rock band from Sweden? I mean, it's kind of
no.
Okay, I know it's kind of the general area. It's kind of the same region, nearly.
I'm from the Netherlands, so everything around the Netherlands, I'm not so aware of that good.
Well, Joey, let me say this. You're welcome in Healthy Debates anytime. I think you got a cool accent. I think some of the ladies in here are going to like you. But let me give you, stay away from the women in here. They're dangerous.
Yeah. So, I think it will be fine. But thanks for warning me.
You're welcome. Let me say hello. We have Ollie and we have Dolly. What's up, Dolly? Long time no hear. How you doing?
Hey, JB. I'm doing so good. I've really, really enjoyed listening tonight, the last couple of days in all the different rooms. It's really given the old school vibe back of having real conversations with real people. That's why I joined Clubhouse, and I did back in 2021. And it was during COVID, and I loved it. I think I'm addicted, yes. Part of the reason is because it's adults, talking to adults. I work with children, and so I'm oftentimes in the goo, and I just listen. So I feel like, and I've changed my name. I changed my name because my clinic got doxxed. I have a child and adolescent psychiatric clinic.
Hold on, wait. I'm being serious here. Well, two things. First off, I discovered Nye, so I get 10% of whatever she makes. But how did you get that? You got doxxed on this app, you mean?
I did. Well, at the very beginning, it was so much networking. It was like a blast. Like the networking was incredible. And I own my own child and adolescent psychiatric clinic. And so then my clinic got doxxed, and I started getting these really weird phone calls to the clinic. And so I changed my name just to Hello Dolly is my favorite movie. So I changed it to Dolly maybe like 2 years ago. So it's really funny because a lot of people don't know who I am, but they know who I am, and they just don't know that they know who I am. And
I have no clue who you are. Okay.
Yes, and so it's nice to reintroduce to everybody again, but I really, really love having the adult conversations. I love it around election season. That's definitely one of my favorite times.
Well, let me answer this question. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but I'll forget.
Sure.
And I'm not trying to dox you, I promise. But when you say you got doxxed, what exactly happened? And the reason I'm asking is because it could be a cautionary tale for other people.
They called my clinic and left multiple messages that were very inappropriate, and they were they used the name of the room that I was in that day, and so that's how I knew it was next to Clubhouse. And they called my clinic, and so that scared the bejesus out of me, just because I own a psychiatric clinic for child and adolescents, and it just was.
How long did it go on? How long did it go on for?
There was three messages, and then I blocked that number, and then I just changed my name and didn't go in that room anymore.
I'm so sorry this happened to you, like sincerely, because I've been doxxed. Other people in this room have been doxxed. It's not fun. I don't understand how. I know you deal with kids in the psychiatric care, but maybe you can explain why some of these people. Why do they do that? Why do they take it off the app? I can't understand.
To try to get under his skin, to try to feel important, to try to give themselves a name, and that's unfortunate because I really feel like at the beginning it was so good. It was so good. I met so many people that I could be real with, tell them my career, tell them my job, tell them what I do, and we could connect and come up with some ways to therapeutic music groups and networking. It was really, really good at the beginning. And so it kind of stinks that I feel like I have to hide who I really am now, and I stick in the goo mostly, but that's just safety wise, I guess. I don't know.
I have to tell you, and there's no bullshit. When I close this room, until I go to sleep, I'm gonna be like, who the fuck was Dolly? Like, I don't want you to say who you were. I'm just saying that I'm gonna be like, damn, I know that voice. I just can't picture who she was.
Yeah, I've been on since 2021, so I know a lot of these voices. I know a lot of you, and I've listened to you guys for a long time and appreciated what I've learned, and I love the adult conversations. So yes, I'm addicted, but it's also because it gives a new perspective. It takes me out of my. I swear, working with kids, I've lost a lot of my big words. My language has gotten down. So I just love to listen to adults, even cursing, even some of the bang. It's like, okay, yeah, this is kind of fun. It gives me out of my my world. And so I love healthy debates. I was sad when it was gone for a little while. I'm so happy that it's back. It's feeling a little more reminiscent of the old Clubhouse, which I love. So, yeah, that's why I love Clubhouse, and I would say now I'm addicted.
Well, I have to tell you, and this is not me. Nobody feel bad for me, but running some of these spaces is very, very stressful.
Oh yes, moderation. And when I attempted that, and then I couldn't take the heat. I can't handle the heat. Like, you guys are rock stars, absolute rock stars. And I appreciate, and Dr. Adams, I adore Dr. Adams. I think he's hilarious and smart as shit. All of you guys are so smart. That's what's really cool about Clubhouse, is that the IQs, but not just the IQs, the outside, the abstract thinking, it's just different. It's different ways of thinking of the norm. And that is something that I love. In psychiatry, you always want to look at every possible reason, or, dive deeper, and you guys dive deeper. And I love that. I love it. So I'm so happy you're back, Nye. I'm so happy to see you. And I just, I'll be in the goo. I come up sometimes, but not as often as I'd like to. So.
Well, you're welcome.
Love it.
You're welcome here anytime. Thank you, and thank you for coming back. Yeah, Healthy Debates is definitely back, and we're not going anywhere, even though people are trying to take us down. I don't know. I think the more intelligent conversation you have on this app, the bigger bullseye you wear. People would rather have the dumbed down crash out rooms. Like, there was a room about me today that went for like 2 or 3 hours, right? And people were hitting me up like, "What are you gonna do? What are you gonna say?" I'm like, I'm not saying shit. I don't care. The more they talk about you, the more they come to your rooms. Hate. And the haters stoke the engine of success. I guarantee if I open a room, more people hate me than like me. But they still show up, Dolly. Keep it bringing, baby. Let's go. Speaking of mentally ill, what's up, Devil Agent? Malone, you there? How you doing?
Here.
I know you're here. I see you. I hear you. Have you got help with that mental disease?
Well, it's a good thing. I just got back to Canada, where at least all the street. I mean, I don't know if it's actually helping, but any treatment I'm getting is paid for by the.
Bro, let me tell you something, man. This is how I know you're full of shit. Because you said it's a good thing I'm back in Canada. Nobody in their life has ever said it's a good thing I'm back in Canada.
Right. It's a beautiful day, though.
So, Malone, we're talking about people's experiences on Clubhouse. I know you've had a roller coaster ride. But I like you. I think you're a good dude. I can't wait to meet you in real life. Let's have some pizza at Spumoni Gardens.
Oh, yeah.
But what is your experience like on Clubhouse?
I mean, it's been incredibly educational. Talking to people who I only heard about, in podcasts or in the news, and I honestly didn't believe it. And then to be able to interact with people and, just see how crazy people actually are, what we're dealing with. I would say I think it's radicalized me a bit in certain ways. I think my tolerance for nonsense has gone way down. But I'm grateful for the education I've gotten and the friends I've made.
Well, I tell you what, Jordy, hold on one second. Let me just say this to Double Agent, then I promise I'll come right back to you. Double Agent, I bust your chops because you have a good sense of humor and you get what I'm doing. But I do have a lot of respect for you, and I do like you as a person. I think you're a good man, so I just want to say that.
I feel the same way.
Thank you. I fooled another one. Jordy, go ahead.
Yeah, what I found out about the app when I just installed the app and I was just scrolling through a few rooms and I was just joining randomly, so just to see how it goes, because my reason to is just to talk to strangers and meet new people, learn about other people. It's what my interest. But when I joined some rooms, I've been not so very welcomed in all rooms. Like I've been making fun of, or people like being racist at me. They call me. I remember I was joining a group with people from color, and I think I was the only one. They call me the white dude. What's this white dude doing here? And
Hey, Jordy, let me just give you a little piece of advice. Two things real quick. If you keep coming to my spaces, I promise I'm gonna make fun of you. That's a promise. But it's all good fun. If I like you, I make fun of you. But here's the thing, I got 3 different messages in the back channel. Some of these women in the room want to know if you're single. If that's your real picture.
this is my real picture, and I'm single at the moment. Yes.
Okay, ladies, there you go. Send messages. Jordy, so we have a couple of terms. So if I say land your plane, that means stop what you're doing and just, finish what you're saying, and then mute up so we go to the next speaker. Have you finished what you're saying?
What did you say when I have to finish?
When I say land your plane, that's a term we use on Clubhouse.
All right.
Okay, have you landed your plane or are you still continuing?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to share. And if you also had the same interactions on this app, now you deal with it.
Every day. Every day, bro. I just had a room about me for 3 hours, some lunatics screaming about me.
You also just use this app to debate, or also just have a lively conversation?
Well, usually we like to have lively conversations and debate at the same time, but I'm going to tell you this. If you're going to come on Clubhouse, and I'm being serious, you got to put your big boy pants on. Don't be sensitive on this app, because these people will tear you apart. You're welcome in this space. I'm going to make fun of you, but it's all in good humor. But let me say hello to Trayvon real quick.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
I did my PTR, but it's not. I was trying to change my PTR to an airplane landing to tell Jordy if he's ever talking on a stage, and if he's ever on a stage talking and he sees a person's photo changed to an airplane landing, that's their way of telling you that you're talking too long. So wrap it up.
Jordy,
look at my picture right now. Yeah, you'll see that. If you see that image, yeah. But you're cool. You're cool right now, Jordy. Just some tips.
Yeah.
Jordy, you came into the Cool Kids Club. Just hang out with us. We're gonna learn you real quick. Trayvon, what's good, bro? Trayvon has one of the smoothest voices on this app, man. What's good, bro?
Well, first and foremost, respect to everybody that did a blessing out of mine. Blessing to the lovely people on the stage and also from the audience. Shout out to my guy, who spoke for me, man. One love to my brother. Welcome to Clubhouse. But on that note, getting straight to the point, my Clubhouse experience, I'm gonna keep it relatively brief. Came on here when Clubhouse actually started. I've been on here for years, of course. Clubhouse for me, it was kind of like an outlet going through. First, it was really for me to get my voice out there, as I'm a freestyle artist. I love freestyle music, freestyle hip-hop and poetry is my thing, definitely. But, as at that time I was going through a very toxic relationship, you know what I mean? Clubhouse became more so my outlet, my way to connect with people who was going through the same thing that I was going through, who could provide me a little bit of insight. At that particular time, I didn't really trust therapy and whatnot. Clubhouse for me was kind of like therapy. Going through the process, met a couple friends, or what I thought to be friends, come to realize that, a lot of people on Clubhouse is not who they really say they are, definitely. Even though it's a social app, you tend to draw these connections with these people, but reality of the matter is if you ain't met them in person, you really never know what they expect. For me, I had a couple friends on here I thought was real, turned fake, but hey, that's life, right? So other than that, got to the point to where now, I'm in a position to where I'm creating platforms to be able to connect more with the people that's undergoing domestic violence, as well as be a voice for people that's going with domestic violence and put a smile on people's face. And I know we need it 2025. I'm gonna leave it at that. That's bad enough. It's a blessing after that. You know?
Yeah, I love that shit. Get Adams.
So, as far as speaking to domestic violence, are you equally speaking to both women and men?
Yes, most definitely. I think both.
Okay, I'm just making sure you stand on code.
Yes, most definitely. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Trayvon, man, you ping me into your rooms, I'll come support you. If I'm not running my own rooms, I'll definitely come in and throw you a little love and some online currency. Hey, Paulie. Hey, Paul, you seem to have a lot to say about me when I'm not around. The stage is open, bro. You're more than welcome to come up and share your thoughts on me. You don't have to hide in other rooms and talk about me. I'm right here, baby. I stand in my square every day. See, I'm not, if it don't fly, let it fly. But to me, any man that goes in another room and talks about another man is a bitch. Straight up, bitch. If you got something to say, bro, hey, I'm going to give you grace and space. Come to my stage. How about that? Don't hide.
Crazy? You know what's crazy, Jay? I mean, I know you went and, took a nice, lovely woman shopping. I personally worked and, made a pretty good bag today, A lot of these people just seem to be miserable. I mean, shout out to a lot of these people that claim to have families and claim to be engaged in the community. They have so much time to give their, unwavering opinion about other people on a fucking Saturday. Isn't that crazy? I mean, and none of these people have a honey to-do list. Like, none of these people are checking in on their parents. Shout out to some people's old-ass parents. School just started this week. People aren't going through the curriculum with their kids. They're not sitting down and doing the first week's worth of homework. I mean, to me, it's very bizarre.
You know what's bizarre to me, Adams, and I don't disagree with you, but here's something else that's bizarre. A grown-ass man will go in another room, call a man who's not even there, call him a rapist, a sexual predator, and then when you call him out, they're bull shrimp. Come to the stage. I'm being respectful. I'm not yelling. I'm not screaming. This space, I try not to yell and scream, but if you got something to get off your chest, bro, come to my fucking stage. And I'll tell you what, I'll even clear the stage. It'll just be you and I. If you don't feel like people are ganging up on you. Don't be a bitch. Okay?
You know what's crazy, Jay? In these political spaces, everybody's complaining about inflation, right? There's not a politician good enough to appease anybody on this damn app. I don't care if it's a left politician. I don't care if it's a right. People are complaining. Nobody has enough money. Everybody's complaining about inflation. Why don't you get a second job? Why don't you get a second job? Is anybody paying any of these people complaining about inflation with wives and kids at home, okay, with kids that just started their first week of school this week? Is anybody paying them to be on this app to be running up their mouth like a messy washerwomen about other men's business? Very strange.
You know what's strange? Is people, I'm gonna tell everybody, here's number one in Clubhouse. And this is really the God's honest truth. There's no secrets on Clubhouse. If you say something in some Pakistani room, it's gonna get back to everybody. Men gossip worse than women on this app, and that's a fact. Women will talk about women, but you're fat, your titties are fat, all that other bullshit. But men, oh my God, you guys fucking gossip like wash women on laundry day. That's a fact. Some of you motherfuckers never been around a woman. So my thing is, if you got something to say, please show me the respect to come say it to me. Any of you, not just Paul. Because Paul is sitting here, Paul's probably sitting there saying, oh shit, how do you know what I wrote in the chat in another room? Because you know what, Paul? Loyalty's not a word, it's a lifestyle. And I got loyal friends who tell me what's going on. So Paulie, if you want to come up, anybody else that got something to say to me, but please, I'll play the stage for you. Get Adams.
No, I mean, it's just, chalk it up to experience and chalk it up to the game. Many of you guys know I grew up with some kids that were on reality television. They filmed at my graduation. I've watched a couple of reunions from some of the Housewives best. Some of the men on this app airing out people's dirty laundry, or what they think is people's dirty laundry, is nothing short of an Andy Cohen Bravo spectacle. And this is supposedly heterosexual men, which is crazy. Which is crazy to me. I mean, when somebody made a comment earlier this morning about the feminization of men, well, welcome to Clubhouse, folks. You have a bunch of men.
No, Adam. You get so right. I said it.
The pussification of men. So welcome to Clubhouse, folks. These men talk a big talk about how we need to, drag women out of the workplace and, put them at home and, disenfranchise them. By the way, these are also the same men that are currently living in two-income households and complaining about inflation. Let's just add that context. These are the same men that they hear a piece of gossip. They open up whole entire rooms with other messy drag queen men to put this man in his place. Like, I mean, this is like a freaking drag queen version of bad girl stuff. Like, this is embarrassing.
Well, Adam, let me jump in. No, I sent you a text message. I'm going to be doing the poll for you guys want to 2 to 3 minutes. Let me say this, and this is really true, right? My man Trayvon came out. I don't know this guy in real life. He's always been smooth, been nice to me, respectful.
Okay, in the office with
he comes up and says, this is my mission, this is what I'm doing. This is the dude we should be embracing. Not these idiots that are running around doxing people. If you don't breathe air into the fire dies out. How about that? Let's embrace the good ones instead of putting them down. It's ridiculous, Rich. I know it sounds like kumbaya because I'm calling Paul a piece of shit for talking about me.
If you're not
But
deciding
you know
how
what?
much you're
Because,
paying
here in New York, we got a saying. You can just shut shit down somebody's talk and say they're full. They call on full. You got something to say, man up and come up. No, I really want to put the poll up, please.
All right, welcome to Congressman Radio in the house. We have a couple of tickets. Rachel, I don't mean to call you out, sis, but I'm surprised you still have a pink ticket to come today. Hey, stop. Girl, if you don't join the house and come up to the stage, stop tripping. Stop tripping like that. I'm not just giving another listen. And
Real Chicagoans
so
woke up this morning relieved that the Department of Justice is finally
their experience
investigating the
on
race
Clubhouse,
hustle.
if you yourself have been drama, and you feel from it, and now you
We're thrilled to announce that our
Kaminsky your therapy couch. We are here to
We're thrilled to announce that our Kaminsky franchise program is officially launched and we're expanding nationally.
Yesterday, some of you may have seen a false headline in the New York Times, and the headline was terribly misleading. It said House Republicans are, quote, adjourning until September to avoid a vote on releasing Epstein materials. I just want you to know, and everybody here knows that's an outright lie. It's not true. And they were forced to modify their headline and update it today. No one
Then how are you a hoe with STDs in your eyes and bitties, and you come into my room talking shit and you want to adopt me? Bitch, you better stay out of the street office to go get your eyes and your ass tested, right? So if you got mess like that out in the streets that people know about, do not come on Clubhouse after 6 when we find out we're telling everyone.
Well, to piggyback off that line, I'm going to do a poll up. Who's more hypersensitive on Clubhouse? Men are crybabies, women are the worst, or gay men? Please vote. I'm curious what people think. You're not going to offend anybody because nobody gives a fuck. Get out.
So, to be honest with you, I feel like the gay men on this app, shout out to Ion, actually hold their composure more than some of the most masculine men on this app.
Amen. No,
The California Christians strike again.
And you said a mouthful right there. He holds you down.
Don Gimme. I mean, these are men.
You still want to abolish ICE. You still want to abolish
I don't know
ICE.
if you're in the Matrix.
Let's not joke about that, but at the same time, like, they stand on business, they protect women, they actually don't gossip in the same way that a lot of these other men gossip, like it's crazy.
Through the DC
Well,
guard,
I'll say this, Adam.
you will
I said
see
it
them
before. I said
flowing
it
into the streets
to
of
him. I'll say
Washington
when
in
he's
the
not
coming weeks.
around.
There are other
In
units
my
who are
opinion,
prepared
the
to
5 years on the staff, the single greatest content creator on the staff is Ion.
outside
To me, it's not even close. Because he does it for them.
100%.
And I have nothing but love and respect for Ion. Ion will tell you tonight.
Mr. Trump.
But, and I'm saying that because I think he's a good human being. He does protect women. Holly, you wanted to jump in and I want to say hello to J-Lo.
Wait, hold on. Did you move Jordan? Because he's trying to come back up. Did you move him?
I didn't touch
Get out,
it.
I didn't.
That's a tough one to answer, right? I think I've had more I think,
Anybody else in the house?
that he's And his response to that was, your eggs are dry, you're old, you're all stuck. I mean, it's like, why is this unreal? And then, then I had this woman who got offended because I was not team woman, I guess, enough.
This is the office. This is where we come in.
She did all the work that I would die alone.
This is where we do all the work, and as you can see, there's not a lot here.
I mean,
So you just moved in here prior to COVID, and so I don't think they actually moved in totally. I started putting some pictures up, as you can see. I went to the White House. Please, can I have some pictures?
And they look great.
I'm gonna tell you what,
I
I hear the
beg for the
truth.
frames.
It's my opinion.
Not a lot of money available.
You're not shit a thousand spaces. People like you. You're just a nice lady. You're pretty. You're smart. You're engaging. They're none of those things. Jealousy's a motherfucker.
In the state and work with the CIA.
Jayla, what's good?
All major federal agencies that are involved overseas work hand in glove with the CIA. If you are at the State Department, you're above the CIA. Tucker wasn't lying when he said, I didn't know my dad was in the CIA.
In my life,
He knew he worked with
on the
Tucker's dad
I would have to go with men.
was not
With
just
strong men,
CIA.
they'd be
It was
fighting and
beyond
fighting
that.
and fighting, and who
And
has
I've
a bigger
explained this to
muscle.
people that
I've seen this in so
Best cut my food
I love my
stamps
thing.
$2,800.
Shayla, but let me ask you, do you think they're alphas though? Because I think they're betas.
Wait.
Because I think alpha males.
I think they're alphas, but then all of a sudden,
And now it's down to $350. $2,800 is more than
And a lot of them are a bunch of fat,
Welcome to the
a lot of them are a bunch of fat dudes with a bunch of baby mamas, razor bumps, and a beer gut. Like, that's what it comes down to. Like, a lot of these, like, think about the amount of time that these dudes spend on this app complaining about women. How do you have the time to cultivate relationships with these said women?
Not the razor blunt. Wow. Before I go to safety, give me 1 second. Before I come to you, let me just say hello. Mary, Howard, what's good? Yoel, Victor, Sky, you're beautiful, Sky. I don't care.
This special edition of Immigration and Customs
Tisha, how you doing? Love, Mama, how you doing? Jay? Guys,
So again, the discussion, where's the boundary
JP, my
in the
brother,
world?
another mother, what's
What can
good?
I have agency over?
What's good, girl?
When I think of this line,
Man, I'm chilling. But I just want to address Adam real quick.
Newly released body cam video shows gunfire erupt between a gunman and police outside Grand Sierra Resort in Reno, Nevada, after police say the suspect walked into the resort's valet area and started shooting.
Defying those. Y'all done woke me
The
up.
incident on July 28th killed 3 people, including 2 friends from Southern California who were in town for a bachelor party, and injured another 3.
A beta, alpha betas of false prisoners that try to,
Gunman was shot by police
live
to a
in
hospital, where he was later
girls' apartment.
Investigators said they have not identified a motive for the shooting or any connection between the suspect and the victims. The shooter had no criminal record and no mental health issues.
Man, KP, I hear where you're coming from, and respectfully, and you know I respect you. You one of my unks on Clubhouse, okay? But respectfully miss me with that, okay? Because some of the men, and I'm not talking about you and the space that you guys run. Y'all got it together. And a lot of y'all have gone over the finish line and have accomplished a lot more things than some of these young men with dirty dreads, pants hanging out their ass, and talking shit up on Clubhouse could ever dream to accomplish, okay? I'm talking about the young YN, okay? Yes, I said it. Get mad? Yes, I'm talking about them young YNs, okay? They just discovered what politics, they just discovered what politics was when Donald Trump started running for president, and all of a sudden black women are the enemy, okay? These men don't know how to run a household. These men don't know how to save. These men don't know how to provide. But for some reason, when they come up into your spaces and they hear the way that you guys have accomplished certain things, they try to play a certain act on this app of people who they're pretending to be. That is my whole point.
Yeah, I'm about to get up out the bed and give me some to eat now. Go ahead, cook it.
Man, I'm gonna say real quick, I ain't gonna lie, back to Adam, yeah. My first thing is, why is there so much focus on YNs? What is YNs? Let's be real about it. That's my first thing. Because throughout the day, I've been hearing a lot of niggas. Why are we so focused on these? These is kids that come from a lot of our communities. Why are we considering kids in our own communities YN?
That's what they call themselves.
Because, right, that's what they call themselves, okay? Because they need to do better, okay? They need to do better. It's unacceptable. No, hold on. Because, again, I'm a lot older than I sound, okay? I'm closer to 40 than I am to 21. So, looking at the way that these kids are moving, okay, it's unacceptable, okay? It's absolutely unacceptable. The behavior is unacceptable. The pot smoking out in public, okay? The freaking hair going in 5 different directions, the pants hanging down to the ass, the freaking pro club shirts looking like a dress, okay? It's unacceptable. I'm tired of it. I'm absolutely tired of it. So yes, I'm going to continue to say young YNs because I'm absolutely sick of it. Sick of it. And I'm also behind it, sick of the justification that for some reason, you know, there's this battery that's been put in these young men's backs on this app to attack women indiscriminately for no fucking reason. For just the sun coming up and having a pussy. There's no discernment, okay? There's no listening to these women. There's nothing. It's just like, let's just attack black women. So when you say that I'm going after the young YNs, why don't you check them young YNs that are opening up rooms bashing black women that could, quite frankly, be the likes of their grandmothers and their mothers that aren't out in these streets getting their back blown out. That is one of my biggest points of contention with this whole fucking movement.
Is this a gaslighting room or something? Like, this gotta get out.
Who's gaslighting?
For Omar Bartov, I thought made a very good case. Raz, what's his name?
For the intention? For the
But they
intention?
don't have access to the information that would say there are orders to do, you know, X,
Listen,
Y, and Z.
I don't know. I just was convinced by their arguments, but try to convince me elsewhere. I just know that.
What arguments? They're civilians. Who cares what they say? Do you think any of us give a shit what any of them have to say?
No, I'm talking.
They have no power or no say in the government in Israel. So what does that have to do?
Let me put it like this, Buttercup. Let me give it like this.
Let's
I'm
not
going to
get
give
hung
you
up
the
on
benefit.
semantics, okay?
Hold on, Buttercup. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt for 1 second and explain something.
Can I just finish speaking?
No, hold on. Because people that are speaking out against their own country usually lie and stretch the truth, and you should know better than that.
And why are you lumping me in with other people who you claim speak out against their country? I don't claim. First of all,
I
don't
didn't
speak
say
out against
that.
the
I didn't say that about you. I'm saying the people that you're listening to that are speaking
Omar
out.
Bartov is lying about his country. He's an academic.
People lie about their country all the time.
Well, hold on. Let's try to get to the point of lying. He doesn't have access to the information in which
He served in the IDF.
Yeah, just
Academics still have interest to answer
currently
to.
have information, intelligence.
So maybe he's wrong. I found him convincing. Maybe he's wrong. Can we leave it at that?
He's equating death with genocide.
I mean,
Okay,
I don't want to leave it at
I
anything,
found him
Buttercup,
convincing.
because I just read your bio and it makes me believe you are a self-hating Jew. All you literally, just in one sentence, I can just get that out of you, and everything I've heard from you also.
Buttercup, I have a question. Buttercup, when you learned Hebrew, did you make an effort to pronounce? Who cares
The
about
Resh?
that? No, who cares about that? Who cares about that? I think it says something Who cares about that, though,
I
George?
speak Hebrew with an American accent, but
No, but listen, but your bio.
He doesn't have
Even-
the attitude on the man.
Even our number one troll, Al, he has a problem with it.
Is Al Jewish? Like, what is this guy? He's a Jew?
No,
Or?
he's the LARPing Norm. He's his Norm accent is like 1-to-1.
I thought it was Norm for a second.
So if you want to know what I believe, why don't you just ask me? Why are you making assumptions?
Okay, no, that's
We've
what we're trying
heard
to
you
do.
for the last couple of days talking
You know what?
in all the
Let's
rooms.
give her the benefit of the doubt. Tell me what you believe.
I've heard you debating the real
Yeah.
Norm. Like, I heard you debating him for an hour last night. What do you mean? Like, I know what your stances are.
Do you think that Norm is arguing in good faith? Do you think he's like a fair, like,
You know what? Listen, I've known Norm on this app for almost 5 years, and when I first met him, he was a big lefty, very, very left. He didn't care. He wanted a two-state solution and all this. He's changed his ways a lot since the very beginning. I have to give him
So
that.
maybe you'll convince
But
me too.
he's okay, maybe, but he still has a long way to go. But I think
Harry, we got to give her
something
credit. We got to give her credit. She's actually saying she wants to learn
Okay, that's actually really good.
I doubt you'll convince me, but you should try. That's why we're having
Well, if you're coming with that mentality already, then there's no point of even trying.
I've heard a lot of these arguments that you've presented, but I'd like to hear more of them. I'd like to see if you have anything new to say.
Buttercup, the army that is in Gaza is the IDF, okay? It's your family members, it's my family members. You've been to Israel, you know the society. Do you actually believe that? What? Oh, L. I don't have energy for you. I'm sorry. L. So everybody, L is like cosplaying as a Jew in order to spread Jew hatred. He's not a Jew. He's actually an anti-Semitic person that is pretending to be a Jew in order to defame us. So Buttercup, you've been to Israel. You have family, you say, which I assume serve the IDF. I serve the IDF. My family serve the IDF. I right now have 2 people in my family that are serving the IDF. Do you actually believe that there's a genocide going on, that there's a mission to kill Palestinians? And if so, how come the strongest army in the Middle East almost, that was able to do what they did to Hezbollah, do what they did to Iran, do you actually believe that there's a possibility that there is an order or there is some kind of a mechanism of genocide that the IDF, our heroes, brothers and sisters, nephews and sons and daughters, are committing? Because yes.
Got it. Listen, I want to answer, but I have a feeling I'm going to get shouted down. So
nobody's going to shut you down.
Okay.
Unless you're spitting Jew hatred. But listen, you did say in good faith, that's what we're taking it as, because Harry never backs down. So he's actually probably thinking that you're probably here because you probably do want to learn. And but you did come in a little bit where you're like, I highly doubt it. But we're giving you the benefit of the doubt because listen, if somebody wants to learn, we have so many smart people in this room. I don't profess to be one of them.
I hope we can learn from each other.
Exactly. So.
Good. Well, we've learned from people like you a lot. That's the thing. So we've already learned that. I think it's on your part to actually learn.
You don't know anything about me. You don't know where I stand.
We know plenty about you, Buttercup. You're brand new to the app, but people like you. Sure, not a problem. I just want to say people like her.
In the last room, I was lined up with all the generals.
Are very vocal about their stance. You're very vocal about your stance the last couple of days, and we've heard you. Don't worry. People listen on this app, so just remember that. Okay.
So, first of all, I just want to say quickly that my position is I support a strong democratic Israel. That's my position, okay? So, if that's anti-Zionism to you, so be it.
No, that is exactly my same.
That's what we all believe in.
Good. See, we found common ground. Now, let's...
So it will stay like this. That it will stay like this.
So, I think that we need some new ideas, and some people think new ideas are anti-Semitism.
No one is thinking.
New ideas, yeah. What are the new ideas?
So I talked to Daniel about it earlier.
Do you believe in a 2-state solution, Buttercup? Do you believe that
Palestinians... No, but hold on. I wanted to ask... I already asked her one question, and I would like...
Let's take that question. You asked me if I think it's a genocide, if it's intentional for brothers to...
Originally came into it. Because I was going to vote on the poll. And then I was like, in terms of what? Yeah.
I'm going to be as respectful as possible. That was a whole lot of them, bro. You want to vote.
Hypersensitivity to what, though? Because I feel like every single one of those entire groups are hypersensitive to certain specific things. I have strong opinions on all. But yeah.
I would say the men, to be honest with you, Jay.
My experiences. And if it don't apply, let it fly, people. But a lot of the men on this app are straight bitches. They gossip worse than any old washwoman I've ever seen. The women will come at each other, but they'll say, you got saggy titties, you got a fat ass, whatever these women say to each other. But the men, woo! And then what they'll do is they'll say something they know has maybe 1% nugget truth, and they'll start the fucking gossip, the rumors, all of it. That's the men on this app, right? Is this jerk-off still in here? There's a guy in here earlier who called me the most egregious names you can call a man in another room without him knowing that I saw what he said. Amazing to me. Amazing. Right? And then when I call him out on it, he wants to back down. Some of you men are straight bitches, and that's how I feel. It's my opinion. To crack him in the corner.
You know what's crazy, Jay? I remember summers going out to New York, and my grandma used to have a bridge club.
They're using innocent civilians to go into...
Hamas is committing war crimes. We're using their people
Why are you saying that they're innocent? Let's say, okay,
because they're children and elderly people. Even if they're guilty, they're not actively Hamas.
How do you know that they're elderly? And who did you speak to?
They spoke to the press. These people were they put their everything about them.
So I'll tell you this, okay? As an IDF, like as your family that were in the IDF, okay? If it was indeed an illegal command, first of all, they have the obligation to not follow it. Okay?
They did. They fought back.
They don't need to fight back, okay? They just need to say, I'm not doing it.
Too bad. Their commander said, tough shit, it's not your job to worry about war crimes. That's what happens.
So I'm telling you again, please listen to me, okay? Every soldier in the IDF, and you can ask any person that was in the IDF, one of the first things that you learn in basic training is an unlawful command. Unlike other armies that tell the soldiers you need to follow every command, the IDF is actually one of the first things that they teach us is how to defy a command, okay? It's called a command with a degel shachor hamitnosses me'alea, meaning with a command with a black, okay, got it. That's what I will tell to the others, with a black flag waving over it. Those are commands that we are commanded not to follow. They don't need to, and if the commander say tough shit, it cannot, he has no authority to say it. Those soldiers overrule him. Now, if they really did commit crimes or were told to commit crimes, you do not go to the press, okay? You can go also to the press, but there's an independent judicial system in the army that is not under the chief of staff.
They went to the press. They went to...
What do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean when it failed? Hold on. What do you mean it failed? That they didn't find merit in their because the judicial arm of the army has no obligations to the army. They have an obligation to the law. Okay, it's always been like this. Is why they prosecute soldiers that commit crimes. If they went there and they told them as you said, it failed, so they go to somewhere else like Shovrim Shtika, that their barrier for accepting testimony is does it defame the IDF? Sure, then we support it. So I'm asking you, you said that they went to to file a complaint and it failed. Can you elaborate? How did it fail?
So I think we need to talk about specific cases because I don't know every single case, but I will say that it is a bureaucracy, right? Like whenever you file something in the IDF, you're going through a bureaucracy. If you know anyone in the IDF and you've been in the IDF, you know it's a giant bureaucracy and it's hard to get anything moving. If it's an urgent matter, they're going to go to the press.
That is not true. I've been to the IDF and I can tell you that you can.
It's almost comical.
Go to court. You can go to court within 2 days, okay? It's not a bureaucracy. And especially, there's a difference between someone stole my kid bag or I lost my kid bag than we're committing war crimes, okay? It's not like, okay, please take a number, we'll call you in 2 weeks. It's not the same.
Why is there such a huge backlog of war crime complaints that have been filed? There's a huge backlog in the IDF. They're just sitting on it.
Where are you getting this information?
I'll find you a link.
Oh, we want to see it. We want to see where this link is.
But when you read a link, okay, you need to read inside the article, what is the source. I mean, whatever publication you might have, they are not like sitting at the computer and making up stuff. They will have to say, okay, we got this information from, I don't know. And if it's a public record, because obviously
they have to put attribution to every claimant in the newspaper.
Right. So tell me what is the attribution?
Okay, I'm finding it.
If you have. Thank you very much. And just so you know, okay, the fact that crimes are committed or that soldiers do things that are not supposed to do, it doesn't mean that Israel or the IDF are committing those crimes. Now, did you ever check how many soldiers were prosecuted during this war for like looting or for like all kinds of stuff? Because the system is working. I don't know what kind of backlog you're talking about. I know that the system is working. Also, they are not necessarily waiting for complaint. Remember the Sdeteman rape allegation? There was a Nukhba terrorist, okay? A Nukhba terrorist that told a doctor in the prison that he was assaulted. The doctor filed a complaint. An investigation was opened. They raided the base. They took the video. They arrested the people based on the complaint. So what backlog? We saw it in real time happening. We saw it live. Not only that it happened.
You mean with the Sdeteman case?
Oh, look.
Are you talking
And
about Sdeteman?
the entire story came from Israel. It wasn't like a whistleblower that revealed it. No, everything was exposed, revealed. Even like, where do you think we got the videos from Sdeteman?
They didn't release the video. The video was leaked, no, to the press.
Leaked by who? Leaked by who? Stop it, shut up.
Someone inside the base. There were countless. There were countless soldiers.
Do you know what kind of operation?
To the press.
So tell me how it goes, okay? So this.
You read the Haaretz articles, right? Did you?
I'm getting my sources not from Haaretz, but
okay, but Haaretz interviewed dozens of people who work at Sdeteman that talked about sadism.
But hold on. I understand. I'm using critical thinking, okay? So the story broke because
our
this group of terrorists
and sisters are crying for help. They're blowing the whistle, calling them liars. That's what's happening.
Well, the fact that you're calling them whistleblowers, maybe you're the line. You just believe them without no evidence. But I want to do critical thinking with you for a second, okay? So to kind of examine what you believe happened or what you were told that happened.
Sure.
So this Nukba terrorist went to the doctor, filed a complaint. He moved it forward and filed to the military police. They started an investigation. At some point, you say that someone in Sdeteman knew about it, like he was told that this happened at this moment, and that the fire was complained, and he went and to the control room, went back to the time, recorded the video, risked himself, sending it to the press, like this is what, like how did he know, like what to look, when to look, like how did it happen in your eyes? Because it's told it to a doctor, okay? The doctor filed the complaint. There is no like a bulletin board like, hey, those are like the complaints that were filed today.
Daniel, you're right. I don't know the details of how that maybe it is Israel that released that.
Just to make sense,
right.
like we don't know the facts, and I also don't know all the facts.
I don't know who released the video, but I do know that there were dozens of young soldiers who were forced to serve at Sdeteman who spoke up about what they saw there. So it's.
Do you have their names? Or
yes.
It's all anonymous?
Very few of them put their names on it, but some did, and some of them were interviewed with their voices concealed. But at least one of them put their name on it.
Amazing. So they saw stuff that they didn't like in Sdeteman, and they filed a complaint. As far as I know, I think they shut down Sdeteman afterwards because they were complained. But
yeah, that's right. Even the Israeli system has shut it down and asked them to fix problems.
Yeah, but that will show you that there is no backlog, and when complaints are made,
they
are addressed.
They couldn't look away, but there are other cases like this.
No. So that was so egregious, but genocide. So we're over, like if you're talking about Sdeteman and you're taking
there were no consequences for the rapists. Also, there was no consequences. They're free. They're all walking around.
Hold on. With all due respect, as a woman, I would suggest don't call anyone a rapist unless they are convicted. Okay?
Exactly, no convictions. Please. What does that mean? What does that tell you?
Why? Because let's see. Did you follow up on the story?
Yes.
Because that okay. So the Nukba terrorist was then, after the allegations were made, he was sent to the head of the Shiva hospital. Okay, that examined him, and he issued a report. Did you read the report? I will tell you what the report said. Okay, the report said that the bleeding that he had in his rectum, because the bleeding was inside but nothing on the outside, the determination for him was that it was self-inflicted. That basically the only way that only the interior will be damaged but nothing on the exterior, if you understand how an anus works, is that he...
There was at least one case where there was reconstructive surgery. Like there was completely...
Yes, but who... Yes. but it doesn't mean that anyone raped them. And you are blaming people
I mean, I've seen
for
numerous
being raped.
interviews of people who claimed they were a hot rod was put upside, like people, not even prisoners that were convicted of everything. They were let go. They were completely Israel arrested them during their raid, and they just all men. They rounded them up, and then they let them go, and they said they had things like metal rods shoved up their ass.
Who said that?
Multiple. I mean, it's Palestinians who you see as incredible, but they looked. It sounded. I think we should give some credence to what people are saying when they come out of Israeli prison.
No, so I tell you what, I hear every day 3 new allegations, and some of them are even broadcast on the BBC.
Why are they all telling the same story about the hot rod, even though they weren't in the same prison? How do they all have the same story with the hot rod up there?
I don't know the communication, and once they go out, they can be told. And again, if you follow the rate of allegations that are coming against Israel, it's like we get 3 a day, new ones, and then we have like a week or 2 weeks later, if it goes to mainstream media, retraction. It could also be the cover of the Time magazine. It could be a heartbreaking story. They don't check, and they just believe, basically like you do. You are here, basically with nothing but allegations, no evidence, no convictions, no nothing, but you are very convinced, and you are not only convinced.
No, I'm not very convinced. I give credence to the voices of the soldiers on the ground. The soldiers, the kids, 18-year-old kids who are forced to do this, who are being put in traumatic situations, right? That's who I'm listening to, and I think their voices need to be elevated.
Well, no, they need to be, no. The fact that someone said, no, I'm sorry. Repeating a lie doesn't make it true. You need to investigate and find the truth.
I just posted a link what happens when they investigate. In 80% of cases, they just come up with no finding. They don't give a shit.
So
that's not what it said in the article.
All right, what does it say in the article?
It said either they have 88% are unsolved, or they found no wrongdoing. So I don't know where you're getting, or your comprehending skills are coming from.
It basically proves the point of like accusations as well. Allegations are cheap and fast. You know, lies is cheap and fast. Investigations find the truth, but for you, they are already rapists. You don't care about the investigation. You don't care about due process. You want to elevate the voices of those accusing soldiers with crimes. You don't care about facts. Because if you did, I want to tell you...
soldiers who say they're being forced to commit crimes.
So if now, like 4 of us would say that you raped us, that would make... Then we can call you a rapist because we want to elevate the voices of people that saying that you are a rapist?
Listen, or would you want to... If it was just one case and that was the only evidence, that would be one thing, but it's not.
I understand. So you say, I understand. So basically repeating it. So this is why I said 4 of us would say that you're, not just me, one crazy, 4 of us.
Then there's more credibility, yes. When multiple people accuse someone of rape, there's more likely chance they're rapists.
So I guess you're a rapist.
That you have raped us?
Okay, so yes, she was willing.
If all of us said that I raped you,
get off your crazy horse. Come on, that's crazy.
If 4 people are accusing me of rape, I probably should be shunned. You know, I probably
no. Buttercup, I'm sorry. Truth is repeating a lie doesn't make it true. We actually care for the truth.
Because there's high stakes. There's high stakes.
Were you smart? Were you known for being smart growing up?
You have your own head. You know whether or not
you raped us.
If 4 people ganged up against you who are trying to kill you and say you raped them, that probably means you should be ostracized.
Computer running like a Motorola
just like in Western.
You kind of grok the complexity of it.
But couldn't I just use a Windows Millennium Edition laptop?
True, you could.
That still accesses the internet, I assume.
2000 is actually Windows NT is decent.
Windows Millennium Edition was not. It was that even more awkward phase between Windows XP and Windows Vista. There was Windows Millennium Edition before that, and if you thought Vista was bad, oh my!
Yeah, we had an HP laptop with Windows ME. It was dog shit. I liked XP. I didn't mind XP, but Windows 2000 was honestly perfect for a single-threaded computer.
Back when computers could only have one thought in it. That was great tech. I loved that. Now we got asynchronous, we got thread pools, we got service workers, we got a whole bunch of shit. Make computers all super fiddly. I gotta know all sorts of fancy words just to Google shit.
Blame Chromium for that. Blame JavaScript. Actually, a lot of old systems, like any company that actually makes real things, is still pretty much using like JDK, like JDK 7 or something. It's all Java.
I see Wiggle there to bring him up. Hey Wiggle, it's been a while. What you up to?
What up?
What up, what up?
Yeah, did you get a better computer setup?
What up? What's up?
It's like a lower latency version. That's like it's a higher latency version of cells. Wiggle, if you got a computer setup, we can play some Halo.
I got a PlayStation set up. I don't know if Halo is on it though.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna work, damn it.
Let me check. Maybe they ported.
Could be.
But I do have a Diablo like up and running.
I'm not playing Diablo at the moment anymore. I completely cracked out, and yeah.
Gotcha.
I was
Do they have the Halo Master Chief Collection on PlayStation?
The original was good.
Is it cross-platform though?
Yes.
It's PC to Xbox cross-platform.
Hang on.
Any other games you playing right now?
Well, just Infinite at the moment. I was like looking at some Helldivers, but that one's just like an endless like. That one just gives me problems. I don't like it too much sometimes.
Yeah.
I went on Steam today, and they're having a Ukrainian game festival. So all the games that are made in Ukraine are on sale.
I don't know any too many Ukraine games, to be honest.
I was thinking of playing Dune with one of our people.
I heard they mentioned war games.
I'm gonna get you to play Borderlands one day, I swear. You're gonna love it.
You guys ever play those like deep simulator games, like Farm Simulator or like Euro Truck Simulator?
Farm Simulator. Fuck work simulators in general.
On that note, be right back.
What?
I just never played those ones.
Simulators. I'm gonna go take a nap. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. He talked about simulators. It's just gotta happen. So sleepy now.
You gonna play Nap Simulator?
Yeah, Nap Simulator 2009 when they hit their peak.
Yeah, I don't like simulators. No, I don't. Yeah.
It's a single player game, but it's also a multiplayer game.
I think it's funny that you there's people who like live stream themselves playing like Truck Simulator.
I know, right?
And they have like actual truck bodies in their
Dude,
house.
I was watching this guy. He's like this Mexican guy, and he's got like a full rig in his basement.
Yeah,
and
dude's fucking hilarious.
An entire
Yeah, like
18-wheeler
10
with like a shifter, and it's got like six screens around him.
And they're all wrapping around like in a circle. Yeah, like
He has like a cup holder and shit.
yeah, and they have like a little horn on
The
it.
thing that made me laugh the most was he had like a second seat next to his seat, so like somebody he's hanging out with can like deal with him.
Is he the guy who LARPs as the bus driver?
I don't know. This guy had like 200 views on the video.
There's one Mexican dude who does that, and he LARPs as a bus driver. And he like turns around and like yells at fake people.
He yells at like fake kids.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. See, I get the entertainment value.
Yeah,
I watch that.
you've been talking so
don't even
long
have
the
to
whole
be
time.
initiated to be rude.
Here goes drama.
Do that.
But nah, like two things. Cause
Yeah.
With the people.
I think that, of course, they are being not only honest, very professional. They're being all kinds of voices, but we are not spreading lies. That's the difference. What are you missing in Israel that we tell about the story, all the allegations, the daily allegations? For this you have Al Jazeera. We don't need the Israeli TV for this. Listen, you should actually expect some journalistic.
Right? I don't go into spaces of people I don't like. As a matter of fact, I just block them. I don't want to see you at all in my hallway. And if I do, it's just because we just happen to be in a room together. But, you know, I won't see your rooms if you're hosting them. I don't want the energy. So I don't get it. I don't, but somebody said the other day,
I told you why not. I told you why not. He's irrelevant in life. He's miserable. I'm being honest. I'm not even yelling or screaming or doxing this idiot. He's irrelevant in life. He's definitely irrelevant on here. Nobody gives a fuck about this dude. Nobody cares what he has to say. You know, he thinks it's funny doxing people and their families, calling people names. It's to draw attention to him because in his life nobody pays attention to him. So let me just say this. Like I said, he's been blocked. I'm not going to remove him because I'm going to let him get out whatever he has to say off his chest. But he will never come back in health debates. He's permanently getting banned. And I'm going to be okay with that because you know what? My rooms will still fill up and I'll still be irrelevant. About that, Nye. You don't breathe smoke. You don't breathe air into the fire.
yeah, you know, the problem I have is, you know, I've been, I don't want to center Rich or anything. Feel like I've been honest with Rich in my kind of assessment about how he moves on the app. You know, Rich knows how I feel about how some shit went down last night, which I didn't like, and which is unfortunate because I know I'm probably in the minority when I say this. JB, don't give me no smoke. Despite it, I've enjoyed being in spaces with Rich because to me, Rich is funny.
Hey, let me check this out.
I'll shut up.
You don't have to shut up. No, let's have the conversation. We'll use Rich because Rich loves that. Rich is probably jerking off to our voices right now. But let me say this. If he comes into a space, right, and nobody said two words to him, and he starts automatically gaslighting the chat and saying things about me, rest assured he's going to say things about you. And I say this because Rich was always welcoming myself until he got butthurt, until I moved him to the audience a couple of times, until I kicked him out because he was saying the craziest lies. So I used to enjoy Rich as well. But Rich has found this new lane of doxing and thinks it's funny. But you know what happens? It's always another ball game when the rabbit's holding the gun. And these walls are going to get closer and closer on these people. I promise you. It's all good. I told you I wasn't going to speak about anybody that opened rooms about me tonight. I'm not. Keep talking about. Do me a favor. Open a room every fucking day. Because every time you open rooms, you guys, my rooms get bigger. So sincerely, thank you so much. Yeah, Pat.
I don't know the person you guys are talking about, but I'm sorry you have to go through a bad experience on here. Like, I feel like it's almost a rite of passage on here. Like, some like weirdo follows you around and like, yeah, like it's. I'm sorry you guys had to go through that. I'm surprised I haven't run into you on here before. Like, I came on Clubhouse during like COVID, and I wish I'd run into you guys before. You guys seem cool. You're both from New York, or like you. I'm assuming NY, New York. JP said.
No, she's in Chicago. But then again, we still love and nobody's perfect.
Yeah. Chicago's a cool city, top 5 city in the U.S. for sure.
Oh wait, for crime and diarrhea. What's the top 5 about?
Not
Chicago?
too much on the shy. Not too much on the shy.
Meat, the meat in Chicago, like the beef, the sausage, like it's just better. They got like more Eastern Europeans, like Polish, German. Like they got great sausages. They got. I don't think a Chicago deep dish is.
Hold on, Pat. Mute up for a second. Mute up for a second, please. I promise you can talk about all the meat you want. Nye, did you notice that, how I handled that situation? And he left the room and didn't say another word. So, yeah, that's how you handle it. And I'm going to say this now since she's in the room. Monica, I'm putting all grudges aside with you. I'm not going to bring up your name anymore. You have my word as a man. She left. I try to be respectful, graceful even, Nye, and she fled. She doesn't want peace. She wants smoke.
Yeah, I just noticed that. That's too bad she left, because she would have been surprised by what you had to say.
It's all good. But you see how I handled Rich? Rich left the room and didn't say another fucking word in the chat. That's it. Hold on, Pat. I need you to meet up. Thank you. Read the room, baby. When I'm talking, let me talk. So, you see how you don't breathe air into it. That's it. And he never said another fucking word. He fled like the bitch he is.
Listen, and I also just want to make note, you said to me that he'll talk about me too. I have no doubt he probably already has. There's a handful of these guys on here who I don't know for certain, but I'm going to 100% say I assume, and I know what they say about assuming, that he and a handful of others have talked shit about me either with each other in their own rooms, and that's cool, right? That's cool. The one thing they're not going to do is bring it to me, right? They don't stand on business like that. So but the only one who I think would stand on business is Brad, because Brad has called me out on stages in the past week. So I think Brad is the only one. If he had some real issues, Brad, he might talk shit behind the scenes, but when he sees you, he's bringing the smoke.
Listen, one thing about Brad, even if I don't agree with him, he will stand on his square. 100%.
Yeah, I agree.
Whether he's right, wrong, and he's not going to admit that he's wrong, but he's going to stand on his square. So I saw you came back in, Monica. I'm offering you an olive branch. I'm not going to say a word about you. I'm not going to send any info about it. That's my word as a man on my children. I ask for the same courtesy in return. That's it. Just leave my name out of your mouth. You stop passing articles about me that have been passed on this app for 4 years already. I'm asking you respectfully. I'm doing this in a public forum. I spoke to Roger today. I said, Roger, I'm going to apologize to Monica. I'm going to offer an olive branch. We don't have to sing Kumbaya. We don't have to even share spaces with each other. Let's just leave each other alone. Because you see what's been going on in this app for the last 24 hours. It's enough already, Monica. And I say that sincerely. I'm not telling you what to do or how to move. You do you, kid. I'm just asking you, please, respectfully, leave my name out of your mouth. And I'll do the same courtesy. So, and I know a lot of people are shocked right now, like Nye's like, what the fuck is going on? John Kitover, where is my... I asked you to send me a message, Dingling.
Yeah, what's your Instagram?
It's in my profile.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Anyway, thank you, John. No, I said that because, I had a long talk with Roger today offline. I said, you know what, man, I'm tired of this petty bullshit with people. What's done is done. You can't undo things. What you can do is not just do them again. And I'm just going to stand on that. I hope she hears me. I hope she receives my message. And like I said, we don't have to sing Kumbaya, but we can at least respect each other. See, Monica, you came into my space. I didn't block you. I don't block you like that. I want you to come in. Monica, the truth is this. You're really smart. I don't agree with a lot of things you say, but you're smart. You add intelligence. You add a certain segment to each conversation. But I've never blocked you. You want to block me? That's fine. I'm not your cup of tea. That's okay because I drink coffee. And we got Matt Cool in here. Matt gets a lot of smoke, but he ain't never room creators. I like Matt Cool. I like Matt Cool also, but he knows what he does. We got Viola. We got Rachel. We got Joe B. We got Yoev. We got JJ. I don't even know what that is. A ferret in your PTR? We got Joss. We got Summer. Stinny. Yo, if you guys don't know Stinny, definitely get to know Stinny. We got Ann Hero in the house. For those who don't know, Ann Hero's an OG on this app. She's a pain in my ass, but she's like my sister from another mister. She knows when the shit hits the fan. She's running right here. JB, can you help me? Love Mike Moon. Anyway, guys, if you want to come up, raise your hand.
Can I ask a question?
You just did.
While we are debating about topics, how can you make known that you want to interrupt, or do you want to say something?
you flash your mic.
Or he might not know how to do that, or he can say, what do you think about this, JB, when we say, can I get in the queue or can I speak next? What do you think of that?
Flashing the mic will work.
Okay, cool.
Okay, that's good. Thanks.
I hate that Monica left because I wanted to say also, a lot of us kind of navigate the same rooms and the same moderators or hosts of some of these rooms that we like to go in. And it'd be nice, if we could put our grudges to the side. So as long as that, if the beef is not too deep, right? And I'm not directing this to Monica, but because she and I like some of the same people and going to the same rooms, and JB the same, and some people in the group. And not that any of these people are all mixed up in the same drama. But I agree with you, JB. I wish we could just kind of, especially after yesterday, just moving forward, just keep the damn peace, right? Just keep the peace. Because I think a lot of us like to be in each other's company for the most part. And we don't have to, we can spar and argue and agree to disagree, but we don't have to take personal shots and jabs and dox each other. It's really never that serious. So
You know what I understand that? What is me having to run a Trump room or a race relations room or whatever rooms I run on a daily basis have to do with anything in my past? Where's the correlation there? I'm trying to understand that, right? Like if I'm talking about Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Mitch McConnell, if I'm talking about Nye McGee in her Hollywood room, what the fuck does my past have to do with anything? It just doesn't make sense how people just grab the lowest hanging fruit and love to gossip.
John said it's clubhouse politics. John, there's a typo there. I think you meant to put clown house politics.
Well, it's gossip and it's stirring the pot, and that's really what the definition of politics is in many ways.
Yeah, JB, your past has nothing to do with anything as far as I'm concerned. I've already told you a million times over when I started coming into your space, the number of people who would reach out to me on the back end. Then when Roger started minding me, somebody called me Roger's token. And they're like, you're surrounded by racist white men on the stage. And, someone reached out to a mutual friend and said, I'm concerned about her proximity to women because I sit in the room with you. I drown out. Yeah, right. I didn't want to put your name in it, but she knows what I'm saying. I have to drown out the noise. I don't pay attention to these people because the one thing I've noticed is folks want to police your actions on this app and who you hang out with, who you talk to, but these same people will go into rooms, the messiest, most ratchet ass rooms, and entertain foolishness, entertain women being put, disparaged, threatened, black women who hit me up on the back end talking shit, the same black women who will sit up in rooms hosted by black men, and all they do is bash black women all day, right? So I don't pay attention to the noise, JB. And to answer your question, what does your past have to do with, when you host in other spaces? It doesn't. People just want to create drama, and they want your attention because they want to create beef with you. And if they can get your attention and get you to
Rich, where you at,
guess
Rich?
what? As you know, you've given them content. Now they're going to open up a room to talk shit. Wait, what? What is happening? Yo, I love Adams. Adams, so you weren't here. JB extended an olive branch to Monica, apologized to Monica, okay? And I was just saying, guys, can we keep it peaceful going forward? I was speaking in general, because some of us...
Courageous he is, and so he ends up quitting. So I told you right away that there are other Israeli experts who, in fact, disagree with Bartov.
No, I agree there's no consensus. They surveyed all the Holocaust scholars over the world. In fact, it was really splintered. I think that whatever, they have some convention that they all meet at, and I think halfway through the war they were split, right? Half of the experts worldwide thought it was a genocide and half thought it wasn't, and they debated it. But I think year and a half later, there's a full year later since they last voted on it, I think most of them, there's a consensus now that now it has devolved into something that resembles a genocide. So, listen, I'm not saying it, they're saying it.
Buttercup.
And so even if some people thought it wasn't a genocide initially or that wasn't the intent, it's devolved into something that is unmistakable and looks a lot like genocide.
Intent requires orders from the political leadership to the army. The people that you're talking about, the academics, do not have access to that information. They are being prescriptive. They can retroactively look at Rwanda and they can look at 3,000 tons of information was brought into the Nuremberg trials. That documentation exists. People can look at things that happened in the past. The people that you're referring to, unless they've got like some superhuman capability, do not have access to actual orders if they even exist. So
Jakob, she already made up her mind. She literally thinks that we are Nazis. This is how down the rabbit hole she went. I'm speaking. You did, okay? You called my nephew and my brothers Nazis, and this is why I said, fuck you, and I will say again, fuck you, and be a better
Stop putting words in my mouth. I said I'm defending our brothers and sisters on Gaza. I want them to be, I want to listen to them.
You said,
praying for help.
don't gaslight me, okay? Don't gaslight me. You blame them for war crimes, you call people rapists, and now you say that we're doing the
I said they're defying orders to commit war crimes. That's the opposite of what I said.
You said that they are committing the final solution, which is exactly the Holocaust inversion. If you look under the definition of anti-Semitism, you might find your face under inversion of Holocaust. Just take it and don't do it ever.
Thank you. So yeah, he came into this space, right, thinking that it's going to be okay, that, like Doc's one of my good friends, not just on this app, but in real life. So I needed to call attention to that, so I could show people how you handle idiots like that gracefully. You don't have to scream, you don't have to be hyperbolic, you don't have to do crazy shit like that. You just handle it like a man. So Rich got called out. Let me finish, bro, I'm going to kick you, because you have mind control. But let me say this. Rich got called out because Rich was in the space. If other people come in, trust me, I got no problems calling them out either. This might be the first time I'm sharing space with you. Get familiar how I run my groups. So before you open your mic again, let me say hello to Matt, who doesn't come to my space. Matty, what's good?
Oh, good evening, JD.
You say that like you're surprised I'm talking nice to you.
Good evening, NY.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
What am I, chopped liver? Matt, what's up, man? Hey, the hood. The hood, man, for, Congress. Oh,
Matt, you know what I said before was true. You hang out with some dinglings. Just say.
I can't be guilty by association. This is silly. Like, do you like, everything that's said on your stage, do you become part of that conversation and guilty the minute the person says it? I'm just trying to figure out why, I guess you have an issue with that.
It's been ongoing on this app that for some reason people are guilty for things that are said on their.
Hey, you know what happens, Matt? Check this out. I was kind of being facetious when I was talking about you earlier, but since you want to get real, let's get real. When you enable known racists, when you enable idiots, lunatics, and reprobates like Sarah to have a voice and dox people, then guess what? If that's your room, that's your responsibility, my friend.
But I have nothing to do with the doxing, so I can't be responsible.
So when you give somebody like Sarah, and listen, I don't think you dox. I've never heard you dox anybody. But when you give people, I'm using Sarah.
He hasn't. Just for the record,
let me finish.
He hasn't.
I know he hasn't, Adams. Let me finish. But let me say this, Matt. When you enable these people, you're just as guilty as the perpetrator. When you give these people a platform, because listen, Matt, I like your rooms. I do. I like you. I said that twice before. But look around. Look who my mods are. Right? Look who I associate with. So unfortunately, yes, you're guilty by association when people come into your space and you mod them and they do egregious things.
I just disagree. So I mean, a lot of people say a lot of bad stuff on your stage. I don't call you out and start saying, well, why do you support that? Why are you doing that? I mean, it's just
it's the tone policing and the dictating of what people do in the rooms has got to just stop. I mean, I have my own rules, right? If someone does, death threats, I'll definitely send them off on their way, right? There are some standards or whatever in that sense. But I'm just not following this whole, like, you have to do a certain thing for me. Like, this is your own personal issue, right? With how I quote unquote enable people. I'm not enabling anybody. They can do whatever they want.
Are you done? Did you land your plane? I guess you did. So, Matt, listen, we could agree to disagree. I think if you bring people up and you mod them and they say egregious things, I can tell you some things, right? Roger has said egregious things. Roger would tell you, I have. Adams has. But rest assured, the names I'm throwing out here, Kelly has, Rohan, that moron Bren, but none of us have ever doxed anybody. I haven't, trust me, the thought has crossed my mind many times. And listen, Matt, like I said, I don't know what to say other than I like you. I think you're a good guy. You run good rooms. I go into your rooms honestly, so I can sit back and not have to run my own rooms and just listen to the chaos. Because you do have some crazy people that go, listen, MAGA's crazy. You know this. So I go in there just to listen to the MAGA. I think it's funny. But we could agree to disagree, bro. But I still like you, and I'll still come to your rooms until I get kicked out again.
The one true Black King of Clubhouse is back. Welcome back to Kim. I like to call you the Black King, and I mean that respectfully. I hope you don't mind. But if you're like, nah, don't call me that, I will stop. Oh, I get a heart. Thank you. I don't want no smoke with Akima.
I'm gonna tell you guys a quick story. It's story time with okay, Akima. Akima, you want to address that?
Oh no. I was only gonna say I don't want no smoke with Matt. Like the tongue lashing she just gave some people. No, I don't want no smoke with that.
Well, that makes you question respectfully. Should I call you King Akima from now on, or Your Majesty?
No, definitely not necessary. I have not earned that. I have not earned it.
That's just me. That's just me who refers to him as King.
I got a question for Matt Cool. I mean, I'm in Roger's room
John,
yesterday.
you're very low, bro.
He's cut from a whole nother cloth. All right, this man you know what I'm saying?
He's also like 6'8", 240 solid. Be careful what you say to Akima people.
Right? Shit. Wake that up.
So I was in Mojo's. Hold on one second. I was in Mojo's room yesterday, and I come across Matt Cool's room supporting Darren LaHood with Dr. Adams against candidate Congressman John Kitover. Talk about loyalty and disloyalty. I mean, I voted for Trump two times. I did as much as I could for him on this app with you, and then I see you're endorsing the incumbent and $20 trillion debt super creator, vaccinologist rhinoceros Darren LaHood, and JB and Hakima are the biggest contributors to the campaign to elect Kitover. So Matt, I went in your room with Anonymous, and then we listened to the Dr. Pepe and Dr. Adams show where they were drunk off their asses, mumbling, drooling all over the mic, totally drunk, shitting all over and doxing Roger Mayhem, aka Mojo Positive Vibration. So Matt, I mean, I gotta say, as a leader, your moderation, as the green bean and putting together your little shit show yesterday, I gotta say, you should go look in the mirror, because if you haven't contributed $10 yet to the campaign to elect John Kitover, your status and your reputation will go way up if you also become a campaign contributor. Putting the link in the chat. Thanks in advance, Matt.
So, again, when was I doxing Roger? John?
Wasn't you? It was Pepe. You were just happy as a girl at the bar on a Saturday night getting free cocktails, drunk and drooling and mumbling.
Got it. Adams was I but again, I was happy. No, I was wasted. It was crazy. It was a very, very, very good night, and and I don't need to call you girl. Sorry. No, you're good. But it's crazy to me. I just want to clear up a couple of things. My contention with Rich specifically is, the slew of sexual harassment
that I've had to experience as far as being interrogated about my penis size, being interrogated as far as the hair that I have around my anus, and the things that, Rich fails to actually mention, when he brings up, the fact that him and I have an
Can't make
issue
this
as
shit
far as
up.
him being a married man, and, continuing to say the colorful things that he says to me on this app. Now, going back to the John issue, because I do remember that, Pepe was in the space, Rich was in the space, and, I tend to be very carefully guarded as far as Rich is present. So, John, I mean, I hate this for you. I really do. Shout out to LaHood, but at the same time, listen, at the end of the day, I hope that you're dotting your I's and crossing your T's, because again, it sounds like you're coming up to that threshold for which you do have to account for that money.
Yeah, we're at the $500 threshold. When we hit 5,000, then we have to start worrying about more, disclosures and regulations. But at this point, you're still not a donor to the campaign, Dr. Adams. And I know last night, with the amount of vodka you drank, that was probably $100 worth of vodka you drank last night. Can't you spare $10 for the campaign tonight?
$200 to LaHood.
You gave $200 to LaHood, and I've been chatting with you for 4 years, making videos of you screaming out all kinds of racist, profane insults and derogatory remarks against people on this app. Oh my gosh. And right now, even with your Darren LaHood PTR campaign, I'm shooting videos. So thank you so much, Dr. Adams.
Great. Thank you. All right, guys, these are the debates. So what did I miss today? Seems there was a lot going on. I wasn't around. We have a poll up. Who's more hypersensitive on Clubhouse? Men are crybabies, women are the worst, or gay men? So far on stage, everybody's voted for men are the worst crybabies. Dolly's voted for that. Craig for that. Randy, Scott, Moose. I gotta be honest, I'm shocked you voted that. David voted for women. Yo, what's up, your piece? We got Jordan, Dr. Jordan in the house, an OG of Clubhouse. We got Curtis, we got Catherine, we got Roya, Mike Moon. So here's the story. From the cracker in the corner. It's gonna be a quick story, I promise. I won't put you people to sleep. So somebody reached out to me, right? Somebody that I like, I believe he likes me, and said, "Can I talk to you offline?" I'm like, "Absolutely." And when we spoke offline, because I like this guy, he said to me, "Man, listen, I did a little deep dive research into you." I'm like, "Really? What'd you find?" Because I've been transparent. He said, "Man, I just want to say I have so much respect and admiration for what you've been through and how far you've come." And man, that shit really touched me, the way he spoke to me, man to man, and really he took the time to do the research. He didn't grab the lowest hanging fruit, because I talk about my criminal past ad nauseum. I'm sick of it, to be honest with you. But I definitely want to shout out that man, Mike Moon. Mike Moon's one of the real ones. Yeah, Mike gets loud, Mike gets boisterous, Mike gets a little crazy sometimes. But let me tell you something, Mike Moon's a good dude. So the fact that he humanized my experience. So Mikey, I appreciate you, man, and I admire you. Thank you for that. Guys, going popcorn style. I gotta step away for 2 minutes.
Alrighty, healthy debates. Y'all see the poll up there. I voted for men, of course. Initially I put women.
Here in Clubhouse that these rooms are being streamed.
And they get really triggered if you say go Trump. But then I thought men are, especially my experience on this app this week dealing with certain men, a handful of them, less than a handful. Yeah, they are the biggest babies. Somebody said earlier,
the slew of sexual harassment that I've had to experience as far as being interrogated about my penis size.
You can't make this shit up.
Threatening to rape each other's wives and children. And so, as a matter of fact, true alpha males don't even have time to spend all day on this damn app. They might dip in and out. They might even engage in a little bit of drama for entertainment. But, they don't resort to doxing because they have grievances. So go ahead, Matt.
And why? Who's harassing you? No one should be
taste, brother.
He's got, what did you say? You got a little what going on? Nixter?
No, mix. I'm shooting a shot and trying to help you out at the same time.
Oh, okay, got it. I appreciate you, Matt. I've grown fond of Matt. No, Matt. Yeah, I've been catching strays. This week. I said, I'm going to stay out of this white on white violence. Sometimes I spend so much time in the white rooms, I got to go into the extra blackity black rooms to reclaim my black card. I'm like, God damn. Let me wash some of this red off my neck from all these rooms I've been in.
Blackity black rooms. Like, are you talking about, like, the blackity black people all married to white women?
Black Alan should be ashamed of himself. Welfare tax, work requirements. I think there's something going on with the whole U.S. Constitution of Illinois running against. I think. Zero God. Suppose you have all time, all time.
Yeah.
I saw at least 10 rooms like that. Like I could not believe that shit existed.
Now I'll keep an eye out on what rooms Hakima's going in so I can join some of these houses.
I was gonna tell you, I've seen some weird rooms coming in. Y'all gonna be like, what the fuck is this shit? Y'all gonna be like, wow.
I was wondering why you were in that Pakistani room.
I don't understand that language.
Reflected Biden. Yeah, I must have accidentally joined a Pakistani room. I don't think I did, but my hallway is laced with Pakistani rooms. And I just don't, I feel like when I leave one, another one pops up. I'm like, God,
Well, fair.
I think they be following you in like different languages because it's definitely like, I got all kind of Pakistani, all kind of, I don't even know what they is, like different language rooms all through the hallway. Like, where did shit come from?
I joined a house called Republicans. And child, when I go in there, it's all Africans speaking in their language. They're not even American. I said, what? This is a bait and switch. What in the hell is this? I thought I was going into a room to listen to some American Republicans talk about Trump and the economy and et cetera, and it's all Africans speaking Swahili and shit. And I'm just like, oh my God, this is the ultimate trick.
A slew of sexual harassment that I've had to experience.
This app is dying. And then you look around your hallway, man, some of those Iranian rooms, the Pakistani rooms, there's 5,000-6,000 people in those rooms. This app's not dying. We just gotta expand our circle. We all know too much about it. Listen, I know when Matt comes to my stage, I know what side of the aisle he sits on. I know what side Adam sits on, Hakima, right? But this app's not dying. We just have to expand our circles.
Yeah, and one way to do that, somebody reminded me the other day. Well, not reminded me. They were speaking on the stage, and they said, "Listen, I was reminded we have to follow the mods or the speakers when we go into these rooms. Follow maybe not everybody, but just follow some of the speakers on the stage. Follow the moderators, because as we know, that's how we open up our hallway. And I honestly had forgotten about that little trick on Clubhouse, right? That you want to open up your hallway.
The inner law, he whose law is within himself walks in hiddenness. Sex are not influenced by
to admitting that the country is broke. This has made.
Oftentimes have new speakers. I'll just go in there and follow some of those speakers, and then of course, as we know, those speakers go into rooms that you haven't seen before. And I'm glad I was reminded of that little trick, that little Clubhouse trick. So for newbies in the room, if you're new to the app, or old heads on Clubhouse, old heads, and you may have forgotten, how do I expand my reach? Follow folks that you wouldn't normally follow. Follow folks whose opinion you might not even agree with, because sometimes they'll go into a room with people who have TDS like you do, right? So yeah.
Well, I'll suggest one room that I absolutely love, right? I don't think she's in here right now, but I'm gonna shout out, for those who don't know, PB. Man, PB holds rooms. They're always small rooms. They're intimate. No cap, no bullshit. Probably some of the smartest people on the app go in there. Have great content. There's no doxing. There's no toxicity. When she comes in, if she comes in, her name is P.Bee, PB. Follow that lady, man. You actually might learn something for free on this app. Amazing.
KB and NY and Dr. Adams, what makes you think that more people
scared? What are you scared about me for? I'm just running for Congress. I didn't create $37 trillion in debt or 100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. I'm trying to fix a solution. Meanwhile, you guys are having racist, unhinged, deranged wasting of time day in, day out talking about nothing. And you're worried about somebody's live streaming your room about boring shit. And you're the moderator allowing doxing and toxic communication.
Wait. Who's being racist? If I remember correctly, John, when you had a slow news day on this app, you were going into rooms with Shy and Jazzy and attacking black single mothers.
Sorry, that's not me. It might be you. You got me confused with yourself, Dr. Adams. That's called projection, Dr. Adams.
Right? So JB.
Yeah, I live stream everything, so you can go look at all my YouTubes and yeah, I record everything I do. So feel free to find the evidence. Post the receipts, Dr. Adams. Post your receipts, Matt.
Everybody meet up. You gotta handle your men here. What were you saying, Matt?
So he records everything, so there should be a recording of this. We need to have a whole room just on what you said, right, John?
Yeah, go ahead, post the receipts. I record everything.
No, you have the receipts. You're the one that should bring it to us.
No, you're the one asking for receipts, so post them yourselves. I do all the heavy lifting over here.
There is no reason to go after freaking Roger. Okay, if anybody was concerned about this deranged man's campaign, okay, this man is going to sink him damn self all on his lonesome. Okay, you have attacked black single mothers. You've attacked many different people in your
Again, you might be projecting and confusing me for yourself, Dr. Adams.
Have you looked up your numbers? Your approval rating, John? You're not even on the radar. So again, shout out to Darren LaHood, okay? Darren LaHood, who's going to be good for the hood, okay? And you're gonna lose, right?
Let me jump in. Let me jump in here real quick. Before I get to the great day, because Matt, I have a question for you. I'm not looking for smoke. I'm just trying to get some clarity.
Okay, Darren LaHood.
Not you, Nicholas. I'm going to ask Matt. I promise I'm going to get you in a second.
Before you get to Nicholas always requires a reset. So make sure Mother gets a great reset, right, Mother? Mother needs her reset the room. Okay.
Well, he's sharp. He can pick it up. But Matt, let me ask you a question. You know what happened with Roger yesterday? Are you okay with all that? And I'm not saying you had anything to do with it, even though I've heard whispers. I'm just curious. You're okay with what happened to Roger? I'm just asking, are you okay with that?
Matt had nothing to do with it. I know that for a fact.
Adams, let Matt answer for himself. It had his space, and I'm just curious if he was okay with that.
So just give me some context. What issue do you have a problem with? Just so I'm clear what we're clear.
I didn't say I had an issue or a problem. I said I want to know if you were okay with Roger getting doxxed. Are you okay with that?
I don't think he got doxxed. That's why I'm asking you for context.
Okay, then I must have misunderstood what I was told. You don't think it was so not just a picture, but his work history was spoken on, his family was spoken on, his elderly mother was spoken on. Now, I don't know if it was in your space or not, but are you okay with all that?
So, if it's public, you can't be doxxed, right? I mean, his picture, I suppose, is out there already in public, clearly, because someone got it. They didn't go and, ask him for it. So, that's okay. LinkedIn is a public site. That's how you get hired. So, I don't know how that information can be doxxed. I'm just a little confused. Now, I will hand you this. I would never do what Pepe did. I thought it was distasteful. But he has a right to do that. I mean, I would have never done that, but that's just the way things go. This is Clubhouse, man.
Well, if it's done to you, you're gonna have the same attitude. I'm just curious. Not that I'm gonna do it to you, because I like you, but if it's done to you, you feel the same way. Because if you're on LinkedIn, because my belief is this, Matt. Nobody's untouchable on this app, right? Nobody. If they kill presidents in this country, your information can easily be acquired. So my thing is, if it happened to you, would you feel the same way?
I don't. If it happened to me, if it's information I don't want there in terms of not public, of course I'm gonna have a problem with that. Yeah, that's fucked up. Doxing's should be never done.
Also, but now it's doxing. My thing was your name was interjected into it.
No.
5 minutes ago, because it's public, it's not doxing. I'm just trying to get clarity.
Well, we gotta make a definite. That's why I was trying to get context, because we obviously disagree on the definition of doxing, right?
Well, I think if somebody, hold on, Matt. I think if somebody who's been on this app for years hasn't divulged their real picture, their real name, their job history, their mother's name, then you know what? To me, that's doxing. When somebody comes on a social audio app without somebody's permission and talks on that, whether it's public knowledge or not, that's doxing, bro. There's a reason he didn't give that information out.
But the information is freely available. That's the difference. It's not like.
No, the difference. But you have a choice whether to disseminate that and distribute it to the public. I have a choice. Listen, I have files on so many people that I don't even ask for. Do you know how many times I've used any of that information? Zero. Just because it's public doesn't mean I should do it. It has to be. Hold on, Matt. I'm not looking to fight with you. I'm just saying, man, at some point, some people's moral compasses have to be affixed because they're askew where they think that private information, you know, if you don't use, I use my real picture, I use my real name, right? But let's say, no, I didn't. There's a reason people don't. It's not my place to publicize it, Matt. Maybe that's just my moral compass and not yours. I'm just saying.
Well, that's my part. That's the part where I say it's just distasteful. It's not doxing, because there's a real legal definition, a real thing around this that what doxing really is. Because you know, if it's actionable stuff, like okay, if Pepe came on there and said, "Oh, find this guy at this address. This is what he looks like," and go and, you know, rob him or kill him, that's doxing. You know what I mean? Like that's.
So Matt, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you go and apply for a job in the context of work history, right? You are giving that said employer the right to be able to dig into your work history. And they're only able to do so, right, if you sign a certain set of disclosures. Is that correct?
You're talking about almost terms of service, but for employer and LinkedIn, right? You're talking about in general, like that.
No, but I'm just saying as far as like people's, you know, right to privacy along certain pieces of information. So even if you apply for a job, they can't just indiscriminately, you know, just go and, you know, start doing, you know, reference checks and background checks on your employment history, right? There's a certain set of disclosures that you have to sign.
Yeah, there's a pro.
At least, and I'm speaking specifically in my state, right? So again, it's a very slippery slope, you know, when people create the justification of seeking and extracting information that's otherwise public, yes, okay, but in the context of what it's being then used for. That's a very, very, very interesting question.
Well, that begs the question, how was Pepe using it in a wrong way?
One could argue as a means to harass.
Matt, let me just say this. The name you keep bringing up, I want it to be known publicly. I have not said that name one time tonight, so I want that known because that person's going to say, oh, you were talking about me, and then open rooms. His name never came out of my mouth, so I need that to be publicly known. But Matt and Adams, continue. I apologize.
So, I mean, David brought up a very good point. You know, it's malicious intent. And, you know, even some of these background websites and a lot of places where people are finding information, you know, about people on Clubhouse, like they have certain terms and conditions of even those vehicles of information. And I don't think that people are really safeguarding themselves because a lot of those places are putting terms of saying that you cannot utilize this information found through these channels to then go and harass somebody.
What's that debate, Nicholas?
Okay, so I actually hate when I agree with Adams, but partially I agree with Adams. And I also will say, like, Matt, you know I love you, you know, as a brother. But you have a tendency to let chaos and fuckery go at full speed.
Of sexual harassment that I've actually experienced as far as being interrogated about my penis size and interrogated.
Don't get that you just let them slide, you know? And I think some of it is like you like the fuckery. You enjoy listening to it, but you don't want to be put dragged into the middle of the fuckery. And then the second thing I want to say is this poll, they should have straight men in here because straight men are some of the whiniest bitches on this app. I'm done.
Well, when I put men are crybabies, that's what I did.
I should have voted for that. Voted for gay men.
You can change your vote. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you for backing up my vote, Nicholas.
Can I vote again?
I hit the purple one. You know.
You can change it. Just right where the poll is, just change. There you go. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I don't know if you were when you came in on the conversation, but again, if I'm guilty of chaos, I mean, have you been around Clubhouse? I mean, I guess everybody's guilty of chaos, right?
Not me. You don't see me hosting crazy.
Well, you don't host rooms, yeah, because you would never dare do that, because you know chaos would break out. Actually, that's a great point, Nicholas. Why don't you host a room? And we'll see wait. We'll see how smooth it goes.
Wait, right? You asked me why I don't host rooms because I don't have patience.
Not why you don't. Why don't you?
Oh yeah, Michael. Have you noticed that the moment I'm not interested in a conversation, I don't have the patience like JB to entertain you dumb fucks. The moment I'm not, I would just throw them into the hallway immediately, and then that defeats the point of a room. That's why I don't host rooms.
It'd be chaos, wouldn't it, Nicholas?
No, it wouldn't, because I would get rid of
You're tossing people out. That's chaos.
No, I wouldn't even say anything. They would just be gone.
Yeah.
But Matt, I guess the question is, how does it make you feel being the organizer of chaos? Like, does that make you a leader? Does it make you an immature man? Does it make you somebody who engages in gossip, slander, defamation, libel? What is it, Matt, about? Is it the dopamine? What is it, Matt? Explain yourself.
This is crazy. John, I just want to point out that the reason why people are fighting in this type of polarized manner amongst these circles is because of you, okay? It's simply because of you, right? So again, you are the one that came out into the open, and you are the one that decided that you are the one that decided that you want to run for Congress, and because of that, it created all of this vitriol. You are the reason why all of this are the one that came out into.
I disagree. This has been going on long before John Kitover decided to run for Congress. And listen, do I agree with him live streaming? Not really, but you know what, honestly, I don't care. I'm not saying anything that's going to be held against me. People, and not you, Adams, if don't apply, let it fly. People are too hypersensitive to what other people do. Listen, he knows people feel uncomfortable with him live streaming. He doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care. Now, he's running for public office. You know what, Adams? That may come back to bite him in the ass. I don't know. But personally, me, I don't consider live streaming a free social audio app doxing. What I do consider doxing is you ascertaining somebody's information that they've tried to keep off this app and you publicly broadcast it. That's doxing to me. And that's just wrong. Now, here's the thing. If you want, I'm going to use myself as an example. You want to dox me, right? You want to say JB is an ex-con and all this, that's fine, I don't care. But when you go to the next level where you bring up people's families, their work history, right, where they live, yeah, these are lines, if anybody thinks that that's not wrong, JB, then we really need to get your moral compass checked. But I just put up a new poll. Is it ever okay to share someone's personal info on Clubhouse? I have absolutely, no, it's morally wrong. Karma gets everybody. So guys, we're going to go popcorn style. If you're in the VIP section, you want to come up, be more than welcome. We have a pink ticket. Please cash it in. We have great conversations like this. Yeah, we got some great people in here. We got Howard. We got BB wants to come out. We got Gildas that wants to come up. I like Gildas. We got Your Piece, one of my favorite people on set. David, Mike Moon, Joe B in the house. Mary's been hanging out for a while. Good to see you, Mary. My man Gildas, what's good, brother?
Rich, baby, real quick. I got Rich trying to get me into a private. That's how crazy this has all gotten.
Right, because he can't get into the room. So, I mean, do
would you guys wait, Adams, hold on. Matt, Gildas, give me a second. I apologize. Matt, let me ask you a question. Why do you believe somebody like Rich can't get into my space? I'm just curious. What do you think that is?
He's been like 2 to 3 months.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what happened. I just think
He can't go. Listen, Matt. This is what I want you to do. I'm sorry to cut you off. Go, because I didn't throw him out, by the way. Go into the chat and read what he was writing about me. Why would I want that toxicity in my when I knew he was in the room and I didn't mention his name until he started talking about me? But go into the chat, go back maybe an hour, and see what they're saying about me. Would you want that in your space? Because I've had enough of it. See, if I don't breathe air into the fire dies out. And what I mean by that is if I don't have it in my spaces, I don't have to worry about him. And that's just how I feel. Gildas, how you doing, my man?
Hey, man, I'm doing all right. I don't know much about the controversy that took place. I was kind of in the room earlier, yesterday, but I don't remember, what was going on with Pepe and Roger, so I won't even speak on that. But I will say, man, just for the record, JB, you live in New York City for about 10 years, and, no homo or nothing, but you really remind me of, the best of New Yorkers. Every time I hear you speak, man, I'm always happy to hear you, conflict resolve and check people, and, man, you're a true, cornerstone of a corner store New Yorker.
Man, I appreciate that. And people won't realize what that means to a New Yorker. So I appreciate that, man. I'm leaving New York, Gildas, probably within the next six to 8 months. I'm moving to Texas. Because when this guy Mamdani gets elected, bro, I don't want to be here.
Yeah, I can understand that, man. Sometimes you gotta change, but the essence will always be with you. So, continue on, Jedi.
I appreciate it, bro. I'll tell you what, I have a sign in my office that says, you can leave Brooklyn, but Brooklyn can never leave you.
I gotta ask you a question. I don't understand. You voted Kamala and Tim Walz. Kamala and Mamdani are pretty similar on positions.
No, my man. Mamdani is Kamala on steroids. So I'm not even going near that one. But I want to welcome BB to the stage. What's up, BB?
Okay, so one thing, I'm Persian. I'm a Westerner, and I was thinking, is
They're in the hood who's going to be good for the hood, okay? And you're gonna lose.
What's up, David? How you doing?
Good, thanks. Wait. Did you move her? Because I want to make it clear that I didn't, because we were in the.
I absolutely moved her. She's a drunk.
Yeah. No, come on. What's a cock blocking, JB? She always flirts with me in the chat. What's going on?
Listen, bro.
I just wanted JB to clarify that it was him, not me, because we were in the muck the other day, and she's in the chat saying to me, she's always centering herself. So I want her to know, BB, the bitch who centers didn't center you and didn't move you down, okay? I just want to clarify that so you're not whining in the chat and blaming me. Thank you. Y'all continue.
Listen, I know BB for quite a while. If you catch BB during the daytime, you may have a decent conversation. But at 11:30 Eastern Standard Time, BB is like David Bobadilla. So, yeah, I'm not putting up with that. I don't know why she comes up the stages to deflect off the conversation. But let's get back to the conversation. Mr. Katz, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Had a good day. Worked some. Went to the casino. Had a good day there. I missed most of today, so I can't tell you anything about what you missed today. I'd say you missed. And you're gonna lose. Maybe 3 days.
Right. Let me jump in. Let me jump in.
Which I've heard.
Before I get to the great Nichols, I have questions.
Doesn't have, years that you get easily offended.
Sexual harassment that I've had to experience as far as being
in the last 3 days.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. Other than that, it's been typical Clubhouse.
Those two are worse than gay men, going at each other. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, gay men would have been more original.
Hey, but let me say something. Let me give Keegan a little. I'm not going to give him flowers. I'm going to give him a single flower. Keegan had a room right the other day about Brad, and he got that room packed, and it was all about nothing. Keegan was able to manipulate some of you people, including myself, to pop into that room, and it was like the trip in Alaska yesterday. It was a nothing burger, that summit. So we're all susceptible to being dumb. But I give Keegan credit because he played on our dumbness.
Not me, I didn't show up.
That room was packed. That's the most people that Keegan's ever been around in his life. But good for him. He knew how to play it.
Jay, listen. You need to give Cray his flowers, okay? And you need to give people from the dark side that were sitting in the goo, because Keegan's been fucking with a lot of those people for a very long time, and Cray packed his ass up. So again, I feel like Cray needs to be the one to be getting the flowers for making that room poppin'.
Listen, I got nothing but respect and admiration for Craig. I like Craig, I always have. Him and I, thank God, always got along. Never had to worry about him coming after me.
Well,
John Kitover, you got something to say?
yeah, look at Jane down there. Poor, beautiful, innocent Jane just comes on the app to enjoy herself. Meanwhile, she suffers the brunt of Brad's death threats. So, Brad has a tendency to do death threat Tourette's in the same way that a lot of losers here do the N-word Tourette's, like Pepe and others. So, on my Instagram at John Kitover, you can see a legal warning for defamation and libel against Brad because for 2 days straight, he roasted me about stolen valor and how I'm a fraud and I'm not running for Congress. So everything, 2 days straight. I mean, this is typical Brad Tornado where he goes on a rampage and attacks people. And I've towed the line with drill sergeants. I got no problem with some social audio chat warrior screaming at me for 2 days. Have at it. It's good for my publicity. So, my point is, I fight back, I post, I live stream, and anybody who wants to defame me or besmirch my character, I'm more than happy to record you doing it, and I'll post it so the whole world can see it on the internet. I got no problem with that.
Thank you, John. Let me, a couple people just walked into the room. And I have to say this, because we've been having a real conversation. Nebraska, man, I gotta tell you, and I said this the other day, I don't know what happened to you that day. You got this switch going on. And I know it doesn't matter what I say. You shouldn't really give a fuck. But I have to tell you, I'm really disappointed in some things I've been hearing coming out of you. You're better than, and I believe that you're better than that because I've shared enough space with you to say that. You continue doing you, and you can come up, you can gaslight my stage and all that other stuff. But let me tell you something. I don't know if it's because you got chillism in your blood now. You're hanging out in that space, and that's your prerogative. But the interactions you and I've had, I'm a little disappointed in you. But before I continue, before I give you a chance, Bima, let me just say this. And a lot of you people won't agree, and I don't give a fuck. Jane's the real one. Jane's a New York girl, and she knows all. Jane is the real deal. I have a lot of affection and admiration for Jane. And if anybody don't, that's your problem, not mine. What's up, Nebraska?
Hey, what's going on? What do you mean? We haven't even had any interaction. What did I do? You got me right?
I know who I'm talking to.
Yeah, what did I say? What have I said? Tell me.
Well, your anti-Semitic stance really bothers me. I don't know. I've never heard it before in the years we've been around each other. That's your prerogative. If you want to hate Jews, that's on you. But I'm just disappointed in how you're disseminating your information and how you become an anti-Semite. And I also believe that, and I have no proof of it. It's just in my head, my crazy voices, B-Mom, that you're okay that Roger got doxxed because you had some smoke with Roger. But that, like I said, is just a voice in my head. But the anti-Semitism, bro, not cool.
Well, I mean, Jay, first thing, let's go bad.
Beam up. Let me just say this. The comment that you made towards Incan, as a proud indigenous man, in my personal opinion, I feel like that was so incredibly fucking offensive. And I don't even think that you realize exactly what you said. It was so heavily generalizing, it was so heavily demeaning, and it was unmarked form as to the person that Jay is describing that we became acquainted with at the very beginning times of this app. So I can definitely second what he's saying. I definitely second what he's coming from.
I guarantee you that you wouldn't be able to describe me in the context in which I said you're like everybody else. You just pick up the information like a sheep
and you repeat it because that's just what you do. So, I mean, and that's fine. I'm not disappointed. That's just what it is. And JB, it's interesting. I won't be coming into your rooms anymore, and that's fine. But listen to me. What's interesting is if you were to listen to my political positions.
Well, if you're not going to come into my rooms anymore, then don't come to my stage. I don't need you. I don't want you. If you're going to spew your anti-Semitism, go back to chillism. They'll more than embrace you. But you act like you're doing me a favor by coming to my fucking stage. Lady, you need to wake the fuck up. Because I liked you, I was giving you the courtesy to say I was disappointed in you. But the truth is this. I think you've lost your way, and you're drinking whatever Kool-Aid they're serving in chillism. I don't give a fuck. Like I said, you're entitled to your opinion. But don't come up here and say with the sweet little voice like you're the victim when you spew and hate all over the fucking app. This is not my first
The slew of sexual harassment that I've had to experience as far as being interrogated about my penis size, being interrogated as far as the hair that I have around my anus, and things that...
What the fuck? You can't make this shit up. It's just crazy.
John, don't know you that well. Thank you for calling out the viciousness.
Yeah, it's not just vicious, it's illegal. It's death threats, and it's death threats to Tourette's. You know, I posted the code he's violating. You can't just make sentence after sentence a death threat and jumble it all together and think people aren't listening and recording you. It's Tourette's or it's, something else, but it's illegal to do, and you can't do it on this app. And I don't know why you have thousands of followers and you can go to room and just issue death threats. If you don't agree with somebody, fine, kick them to the goo, have a debate. But you can't come on here and make death threats to people in every other sentence. It's insane.
And JP, by the way, if I can work with our friend John, I'll get a clip of this because I got to follow up on this one. I've had so many I didn't. My daughter walks in, Jay. It's a funny story too. She's visiting, and she says, "Hang it up, Mom." So she was moved out of Manhattan when she was 7 or 8, but she still has it, Jay. She heard Brad. She knows I fuck around with psychos on Clubhouse. She heard Brad saying, "Get a rope and kill yourself." I think he said he was also going to rape somebody. So the guy's gone off the deep end. So I'm really glad we have John Kitover. And I don't care who's friends with him. If you're friends with him,
Contribute to
help
the
him
campaign
out.
now.
You shouldn't do that. It's not smart.
You know what I always find? Hold on, Abs. Let me just say this, then you can jump in real quick. You know what I always find, for lack of a better word, Jane? You know what I always find crazy? And I'm not doxing you, and I don't even want you to speak on it. But if these idiots only knew what you did for work, oh my God, it's bizarre to me. They have no idea anything about you in real life. But go ahead, Adams.
I feel like everybody has kind of a different relationship with different people on this app, and I will categorically say that from my experience with Brad and, just having life happen to me on this app, while being on this app, not this is life, but, just in my personal life and going through just different milestones and whatnot. Brad is probably one of the most kindest, human beings and male figures that I've ever encountered on this app. Now, again, going back to my point,
Get out of everybody, buddy. Continue. We'll help you out.
Everybody has a different relationship. So, I encourage you to actually maybe revisit a different interlude and a different introduction with Brad, because he really, truly is one of the most kindest people that I've met on this app.
Well, because we don't have a relationship, Adams, but I have no, as they say, beef with you. I don't know that you do with me. I will take your word for that. But if he's your friend, you should tell him to say sorry. It's not that fucking hard.
I think Dr. Adams has said before, both things can be true. I've heard him be a first responder.
Be nice and say that kind of shit. Something's wrong with you.
Yeah, I don't agree that. I do agree that it is sick. And I don't need to even have
sorry, David. I'm gonna defend my friend. Do you guys hear the context for which his family was being brought up on this app throughout this week? Okay, one of the most painful struggles that any human can go through is choosing a person to raise a family with, to confide in, to be their life partner, and to not finish that race due to something that they cannot practically
This is
control.
where like Adam just breaks in with projection. It's pretty funny.
People should have been donating to cancer treatment. Okay, people should be.
No, they should have been donating to the campaign to elect Congressman candidate Kitover.
It's very disgusting. It's just hold on. It's just very disgusting that people look at Brad's actions and it's met with a dismissiveness as to what actually triggered him and what actually brought us to this place.
Well, let me jump in, Jay.
I had cancer. I didn't do that.
Let me jump in.
No, but somebody, Keegan said to Brad, "Did you kill your wife?" And that was really fucking low. Yeah.
All right, but still, come on.
And Brad has endured that a long time on this app. Like, I can remember somebody saying something to the effect
I just
like,
think he's very hateful, okay?
well, you know, to his, like, to back him up, man, like, people have said shit like, dig up your wife's grave, and, you know what I mean? And it's like, god damn, when you're faced with that kind of shit, yeah, man, you have a reason to go off the rails.
Gildas, I agree with you, but in the context that we're talking.
Wait. Let me jump in here real quick. So first off, Brad's not here, so we shouldn't be speaking on Brad because by the time it gets back to Brad, he's got all the wrong information.
You go bananas. This is like charging the TNT.
So Brad's not here, but I'll say this, Adams. Brad and I banged a million times on this app, right? We're civil to each other now, and I'm just using him as an example because his name's been brought up. But here's the deal. In my opinion, right? You could do 100 good things in real life. And all it takes is one mistake to wash all that good away. So if somebody's coming on this app threatening to rape somebody or hang somebody or come kick their whatever people are saying, to me, once you cross that line, and I get it, I totally get it. People have said the most egregious things to him, but look, man, look what was done today, right? There's a rumor about me for like 3 or 4 hours. They were ranting and raving and stuff like that. You know what I say my response was going to be? No response. Sometimes you just got to be the bigger man and walk away. And here's the deal, Adams, and here's how I really feel. Women have softer voices than men. We're louder. There's no reason to be punching down on, and some of these women are egregious animals, no doubt. But you know what? If you just ignore them, they go away. That's how I feel. Like I said, John, Brad's not here, so we're not going to talk about Brad. It's not respect. I respect Brad enough to give that courtesy.
Thank you, Adams. I do appreciate that. I as a mutual friend to both of you, I do appreciate that. Let's just move on. He's not here, and I do appreciate you acknowledging that.
Well, let me say this. Everybody in this room heard what I said. Gildas heard me. Kima heard me, right? But by the time it gets back to Brad, Gildas, JB was talking shit about you. He was doing this. I never said. I just said the man's not here. Let's not talk about it.
I understand completely.
Let me say hello to Mikey Moon. Mikey Moon, good to see you, brother.
Hey, good to see you, T-Man. Well, before we stop talking about him, I just want to ask Dr. Adams, is there anything that somebody could say
Mike Moon also hates Brad.
Anything.
Forgot about
About
this.
your mom, about your wife, anything that would make you say, I know where you live, I'm going to drive to your house, and I'm going to rape your wife.
Who said that?
Brad said that. In a room.
And
I was there, and I heard it. And to this day, he will never admit that he says any of the shit we've talked about. But trust me, he said it. I'm asking you that question. This is the guy that, now, I'm not saying two things can't be true at once. I'm not saying he can't be.
Hold on, Mike. Mike, you're my friend. I like you. I've said nice things about you. But we need to move past this. And listen, Brad's not, Brad was here to defend himself, bro. Speak all night about Brad. But he's not, this is one of the problems we have. People do it to me, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck. But you know what?
I'm not saying
here. Maybe he does give a fuck. Mike, listen, you've had a crazy experience on this app. I'm having a conversation.
I've never even come close to saying that, though, Jay.
Okay, but you're a different man than he is. He's not here, Mike. I want to show him the courtesy that I would hope he shows me. And you know what? Maybe he won't. But maybe if I did this.
Actually, he won't.
JB, I understand what you're saying.
Let me finish.
Listen, I understand what you're saying, JB.
Let me finish, Mike. But here's the thing. He's not here. I don't want to talk about it. Respect the space. I get, Mike. I understand. I was in the room with you the other day. You were going straight on him. I get it. I know how you feel about him. And some other people feel very similar to how you do. But he's not here. What's the point of talking about it? Then that just makes us the gossips, bro. I know what he said. I've heard him say the most egregious things. But irregardless of that, he's not here to defend himself. This is one of the problems with Clubhouse. Let's move on. There's so many other things we can talk about. Like, Mike, no bullshit, you're probably the smartest people on this app. We could go in so many directions. If I want to talk photography, you're my dude. If I want to talk history, you're my dude. Brad's not here. I don't want to talk about him.
It's all good. It's like, fair enough.
And I'm just gonna, again, in sentiment to what you said, Jay.
I love Adam.
I'm just gonna respond in saying this. This is not a union. This is not a clubhouse union. This is not collective bargaining rights. Okay, your issue with a said person is your issue with a said person. We just want to move on, have polite conversation, and just simply move on. And I hope that you can just respectfully agree to disagree in the notion that we just simply have different experiences and different relationships with different people. That's it.
Please, let's move on because Brad.
Well, why don't we ask Dr. Adam to?
Hold on. Brad has blamed, and I like Brad, but this week Brad blamed me for shit that I didn't have nothing to do with on multiple occasions. And the slow sluts in the room, no one in particular, y'all will go back and say, JB and I were hosting a room tonight and talking about Brad, and we were talking about Brad, and then I'll catch another straight from Brad. So yeah, let's please move on.
I'll just say this. Hold on, John. I don't want you. Don't even bring up his name, please. I'm asking you to respect the space, but I'll say this. And I'm not defending Brad. He said egregious things. I've said egregious things. We all have, right? But here's the deal. Brad has always been Brad. He's never deviated from who he is on this app. Now, I don't know if he's like that in real life. I don't care. So if you know that this guy is the way he is, and he bothers you, just don't be around him. Go to a different space. There's literally 5,000 rooms on this app, right? I'm trying to start cultivating conversations that don't have the toxicity, right? I'm really trying. Mike, there was a room on me tonight about 3 hours. Somebody was screaming. I won't mention the name because I won't breathe life into it. But when you come into my space, everybody comes to my space. Every once in a while, we catch lightning in a bottle and we have a conversation that people leave this room and say, wow, that was a great fucking conversation. John, I'm telling you, I'm trying to give you grace, but if you gaslight, I'm throwing you out.
No, I'm not going to gaslight. I'm not going to talk about anybody else or former speakers. In the Muff, in Mojo's room, the rule is don't bring old drama from old rooms into this room. And that brings you into the now. So the now is all important. And I'm just wondering, why is Dr. Adams supporting Darren LaHood against the campaign to elect candidate Congressman Kitover?
Dude, I don't want to talk about your campaign anymore. We're done with that. Not tonight.
Can I say something really quickly?
Please.
Before this person leaves the room. Abby, I don't mean to call you out. I have tons of respect for Abby, but I want to issue an apology to Abby because I didn't get a chance to do this the other day in the Muff. There was a heated discussion going on, Abby and somebody else. I don't remember what they were talking about. Maybe it was Trump. I don't know. But they were very, very passionate in their discussion. And I think at some point I said, yes, please move on. And I know it probably felt dismissive, Abby, and I wanted to apologize because I was not trying to shut you up or shut you down. I respect you. I respect your voice. And I don't know if you left feeling some way. I did. I was just bored overall with the constant Trump conversation and Putin and whatever we were discussing in that room. I know one or two of the mods were trying to move on to a whole new topic, and it was impossible to move on. So I wanted to apologize to Abby. And Abby, I'm sorry for censoring you, but I see you're here, and I just wanted to apologize if my saying, you might not remember this, but I do, and it's been It's been heavy on my heart since that day. And I said, next time I see Abby, I'm going to apologize to Abby. So this is my apology to Abby. I was not trying to dismiss you or shut you down or not give you space to speak. So that's it. Thank you.
Well, let me say this. Abby's a tough Philly girl. Trust me. She is banged with some of the biggest people on this app. People mistake her. She's the way she speaks, right? She's so eloquent. She's so nice that she's weak. Abby's one of the toughest ladies on this app. And listen, I love Abby. Abby and I haven't always agreed, but Abby's always welcome in my space, and I appreciate the apology.
She's too tough, Jay. I need to butter her up for the campaign, and she's already given to APAC, which is given to Darren LaHood.
Okay, I'm done talking about that campaign.
I knew that was coming. Oh, man.
I want to say that you are one of the most even-handed, kind people on the app. There's no question about it, and you are a blessing every week.
He's gonna regret ever contributing to the campaign. He's gonna do a card charge back.
Frankly, because you're so kind and gentle under pressure, and you apologize when you feel like you made mistakes, which shows that you have empathy and that you second guess yourself after the fact and feel guilty and have a little bit of shame sometimes, and all these things that normal people with good hearts have. I mean, Lord knows I have a top point now. You know that.
Always calling out for that, like war crimes. Why are we talking about the idea? I want to talk about Hamas. You want to talk about war crimes? Well, let's talk about Hamas. I'm sick of fucking talking about IDF when there's no war crimes being committed by them at all.
So their new narrative is, I noticed it the last week, their new thing is, no, let's talk about before Hamas was founded. That's their new thing.
And we could talk about too, not a problem. We could talk about all the terrorists, the PLO. We could talk about them before Hamas, not a problem. They're a bunch of fucking terrorists too. Yasser Arafat, you want to talk about that? That's fine. We can talk about it. I mean, she's trying to bring shit up saying that there was documents released. There was documents released by the Israeli courts or whatever, and only they released it in the 1970s and 80s. Most ridiculous thing ever. And then after that, it was sealed up again. Like no one knew what it was saying.
Yeah, my new fighting tactic with LD.
Yeah.
You read that article?
Yeah, I knew all about all that stuff, yeah.
Oh my God, he makes it sound like he was a simple street pimp. I had 5 girls who were already drug addicts that worked for me and I took a cut. No, he invited 2 fucking models to a hotel room and him and his buddy raped them and they kidnapped them and sold them to 60 different men for $2,000 a day.
Wow.
That's fucking insane. That's not a pimp. That's a fucking sex trafficker and a kidnapper and a rapist.
Yeah, I mean...
That is fucking wild that he's making it sound like he was some simple street pimp, like fucking Cat Williams.
Well, I think the way he explains it or downgrades it is he says that there was prosecutorial misconduct and trumped up charges and things like that. But he paid, he went to prison, so I don't know.
I know.
You can complain or gossip all you want, but that's not gonna the feedback you're looking for. I mean, that's why I record, because see, you can't get that dopamine the way I get it. Because if I got kicked and I got serious beef, now I'm just gonna focus in on that person and live stream them and record them, and then they become the hunted. So you can't get that dopamine the way I get it. So don't know what to tell you.
That's funny. But yeah, I thought initially I was like, oh, he must be like some simple street pimp, but I read that article, that was fucking wild. That was
well, I don't know. What do you know about Pepe's background?
I don't know anything.
Well, he's got a background too, and it's not pretty, and why do you think these two guys attack each other? Because that's how they, prop up their self-esteem. Because if Pepe is roasting you, how pathetic are you if Pepe is roasting you, and then vice versa?
How bad can it be when Pepe's roasted you? Yeah.
Well, the other thing is, how bad is it when you have to roast Pepe? That's also the other thing. So.
Yeah, it's fucking hysterical though. This story is taking so many twisted turns that I just wasn't aware of. I guess it's
Yeah, this is why the app does have, wings, because there's enough people in it to keep playing this game forever. The drama gossip game. It will go on forever because it's like a math equation basically.
Yep.
It's not going to
Yes.
stop. Tomorrow will be Brad's return, and there will be a huge Brad moment, and then
Big party.
it'll just
and a
repeat.
celebration.
The whole cycle will repeat. The whole weekly cycle will repeat on Monday.
Oh, I'm enjoying it. Keep the seasons coming, John.
Well, we're live streaming it, and if the campaign doesn't work out, we may have, a video production business on our hands. So,
Yeah, I'm watching you on the live stream right now. Wave at your camera at your 2:00.
it's hard to tell which one. There's so many.
No, hold on.
Oh, that's it. Maybe you're 2 o'clock. Anyways, but okay. Well, enjoy your evening. I'll talk with you soon.
All right, later, buddy.
Okay,
Be
bye.
safe.
Death Hippie, welcome to the show. I'm not gonna be here for long. I'm gonna hop out of here. How are you doing, Death Hippie? Everything working out for you?
I have no idea how I'm doing, so we're just gonna have to see. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing okay. Things are, it's better to be the eye of the hurricane as opposed, to the hurricane.
That is absolutely true. You know what my old iris was named when it was named for me?
What?
Was the eye of the storm was the iris I picked up. That's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, there's like two parts in that. The whole thing is meaning it's people's minds are chaotic, and what's amazing is Clubhouse follows you after you get out of the app, meaning that your brain is neurolinguistically tied into this app. So, like, if somebody withdraws, you can't get that same dopamine unless they're there to give you that dopamine. So, it's like you invest in it and upload in it, and so if you make a deposit and then you leave, or if you go in and there's no place to make your deposit, you're not getting a fill. So it's interesting how you can manipulate it or be manipulated, basically.
Yeah, I can see that. I've had a very interesting spiritual awakening. It's absolutely rocked my overall, I'd say, paradigm shift, a lifetime or several. I don't know what to do with all the information. It's too much at once.
Well, I think one way to look at it is it's not too much information, and everything you just said is the opposite is probably true.
Perhaps everything happens for a reason. Is that not right?
No, you could just say there's not a speck out of dust. There's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe, meaning that everything the way it is the way that the game is set up to be played for you right now.
Yeah, perhaps. It definitely is a simulation.
I mean, one thing to look at is your name, Death Hippie, and I've known you for a few years now, and a lot of your messaging is disarray or chaos or a lot of unknowns and fears, but yet you go by Death Hippie. So I'm just saying to you, you make your reality with your words, and I told you once before, change your name, because it's just implying, chaos, death, and decay, as opposed to, improvement or balance or stability or strength or victory. I mean, you are your words. So if you want things to change, I would encourage you to start changing your words.
You shall eat the fruit of your lips.
Yeah, the tongue gives life and death. So, I say choose life, as opposed to choosing death in your name, for God's sakes.
Life hippie. Ouch. I got into a very bad car wreck, and the seatbelt and the airbag saved me.
No, see, now you're just going around his death. You know, you should go around his life, see how that feels.
You're right about the life thing. Life is in the power of the tongue. Life, choose life, and also, life takes precedence. It's inscribed on my wedding ring. I don't know if I'll need my wedding ring much longer, but it's inscribed in the band. And you're right about the chaos. Definitely chaos. Everything's been going well for you.
Yeah, all is well. Do you want to hear some love poetry?
Absolutely, John. I love hearing your poetry. It takes me back to my old days.
Okay, this is called Keeper of Secrets. You came here to tell my secret to everyone, what I give no sign of. Last night in a dream you offered a cup. I said I will not drink wine. Do not, the loss is yours. I'm afraid of being shamed. I'll reach for you and you won't be there. It's astonishing to me that someone offers you his innermost life and you frown. Would you be deceptive with me as you do with others? I am the keeper of secrets. You can't hide from me. I am the beauty of the perceived world, but you lay back on the ground. I am the true direction of the spirit, but you glance around at clouds. Look here, if you angrily turn away now, you will do the same on the day you die. Be pale for the one who created color. Don't put saffron on your face for the sake of shadows. Be a rooster, conscious of time and the leader. Don't change your rooster to a hen. Bend and sit crookedly, but tell the straight truth. Truth is enough. I am the friend, your spirit. Why look for someone else? If you like the verse about lending to God, lend a clipping from a counterfeit coin and get back the deed to a diamond mine. If for 2 or 3 days you bandage your eyes with awe, you make your sensible eyes a fountain for the other ocean. If for only a second you go straight for this target, that arrowy intention becomes your bow and bowstring. There's no generosity better than this, that with your sins and forgetfulness, I'm telling you how to pray. So much for words which have to be written down, or not contained in the mouth. If you were to open every living particle, you could make a mouth of each.
not let me die until I know you. God replied, he who knows me never dies. So, let's be drawn into the timeless wisdom of Rumi through 9 unforgettable poems that explore the mysteries of existence. We'll start with the existence of origins in before time, uncover the radiant truth that I am pure light, and tackle the profound question, how you came into existence. Finally, we'll end with Rumi's heartfelt devotion to his master, Shams of Tabriz. I am sure these poems will resonate with your heart, linger in your thoughts, and stir your soul. Before time. I was there on the first day, before anything had a name. On that day, there was neither I nor we. Every name and everything named came after me. Within one curl of the beloved's hair, I saw the birth of creation. I saw every name forming, every object coming into view. Yet there was no curl. I looked upon every cross in every church, yet he was not there. I went to the temples of India and the shrines of China, yet he was not there. I searched the mountains of Herat and Kandahar, yet he was not there. I scaled the distant peak of Mount Kaf, only to find the empty nest of the phoenix. I visited the Kaaba, but he was not there, amidst pilgrims young and old. I read the books of Avicenna, but his wisdom went beyond all the words. I went to the highest court, within the distance of 2 bow lengths, but he was not there. Then I looked within my own heart, and there I found him. He was nowhere else. Oh, my beloved, I searched both worlds, but never found joy without you. I have seen many wonders, but never a wonder like you. I pressed my soul's ear against countless doors, but never heard words as sweet as yours. Oh, what grace you pour upon your servants. From our view, the ocean looks so small. Osaki, sweet sight of my eyes, I've never seen one like you in all of Persia or Arabia. Pour the wine that takes me beyond myself, for this petty existence brings nothing but fatigue. You are the endless love. You are the heavenly song. You are the mother and father. You are the one I will always know. We are scraps of iron. Your love is the magnet that draws us near. Why should I seek? All I need do is love. Rest now, my soul. Leave behind your religion and your empty show of faith. Remember when you had no religion. Remember when all you had was him. I am not from this world. Why think thus, O men of piety? I have returned to sobriety. I am neither a Muslim nor a Hindu. I am not Christian, Zoroastrian, nor Jew. I am neither of the West nor the East, not of the ocean nor an earthly beast. I am neither a natural wonder, nor from the stars yonder, neither flesh of dust, nor wind inspire, nor water in veins, nor made of fire. I am neither an earthly carpet, nor gems terrestrial, nor am I confined to creation, nor the throne celestial. not of ancient promises, nor of...
So I'm gonna read some Rumi in just a minute, but this is an audiobook version.
Future prophecy, not of hellish anguish, nor of paradisiac ecstasy.
And this is book club. Adams, if you want to try reading a book, I would, love it if you could grab a book at your home, and if you want to read for 5 minutes, Bima, you too.
See. Neither the progeny of Adam nor Eve, nor of the world of heavenly make-believe. My place is the no place. My image is without face. Neither of body nor the soul. I am of the divine whole. I eliminated duality with joyous laughter. Saw the unity of here and the hereafter. Unity is what I sing. Unity is what I speak. Unity is what I know. Unity is what I seek. Intoxicated from the chalice of love, I have lost both worlds below and above. Sole destiny that comes to me. In my whole life, even if once, forgot his name even perchance. For that hour spent, for such moment, I'd give my life and thus repent. Beloved Master, Shams Tabrizi, in this world with love, I'm so drunk. The path of love isn't easy. I am shipwrecked and must be sunk. I am pure light. Every question I ask is about you. Every step I take is toward you. I slept well last night, but I woke up drunk. I must have dreamt about you. I am totally lost in the folds of love, totally free of worry and care. I have passed beyond the four qualities. My heart has torn away the veil of pretense. There was a time I circled with the 9 spheres, rolling with the stars across the sky.
Hey, Bima, I'm just getting set up here, but I'll read in just a minute.
There was a time I stayed by his side. I lived in his world, and he gave me everything. With the best of intentions, I became a prisoner in this form. How else did I get here? What crime did I commit? But I'd rather be in a prison with my friend than in a rose garden all alone. I came to this world to have a sight of Joseph's purity. Like a baby born of its mother's womb, I was brought here with blood and tears. People think they are born only once, but they have been here so many times. In the cloak of this ragged body I have walked countless paths. How many times I have worn out this cloak. With ascetics in the desert, I watched night turn into day. With pagans in the temple, I slept at the foot of idols. I've been a charlatan and a king. I've been a healer and fraught with disease. I've been on my deathbed so many times, floating up like the clouds, pouring down like the rain. As a dervish, I sought the dust of annihilation, but it never touched my robe. So I gathered armfuls of roses in this faded garden of existence.
Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? You really need to talk to Why Refi. Why Refi?
Rule number 1. How we see God is a direct reflection of how we see ourselves. If God brings to mind mostly fear and blame, it means there is too much fear and blame welled up inside us. If we see God as full of love and compassion, so are we. Rule number 2. The path to the truth is a labor of the heart, not of the head. Make your heart your primary guide, not your mind. Meet, challenge, and ultimately prevail over your nafs with your heart, knowing your ego will lead you to the knowledge of God. Rule number 3. You can study God through everything and everyone in the universe, because God is not confined in a mosque, synagogue, or church. But if you are still in need of knowing where exactly his abode is, there is only one place to look for him, in the heart of a true lover. Rule number 4. Intellect and love are made of different materials. Intellect ties people in knots and risks nothing, but love dissolves all tangles and risks everything. Intellect is always cautious and advises, beware too much ecstasy, whereas love says, oh never mind, take the plunge. Intellect does not easily break down, whereas love can effortlessly reduce itself to rubble, but treasures are hidden among ruins. A broken heart hides treasures. Rule number 5. Most problems of the world stems from linguistic mistakes and simple misunderstanding. Don't ever take words at face value. When you step into the zone of love, language, as we know it becomes obsolete. That which cannot be put into words can only be grasped through silence. Rule number 6. Loneliness and solitude are two different things. When you are lonely, it is easy to delude yourself into believing that you are on the right path. Solitude is better for us, as it means being alone without feeling lonely. But eventually, it is the best to find a person who will be your mirror. Remember, only in another person's heart can you truly see yourself and the presence of God within you. Rule number 7. Whatever happens in your life, no matter how troubling things might seem, do not enter the neighborhood of despair. Even when all doors remain closed, God will open up a new path only for you. Be thankful. It is easy to be thankful when all is well. A Sufi is thankful not only for what he has been given, but also for all that he has been denied. Rule number 8. Patience does not mean to passively endure. It means to look at the end of a process. What does patience mean? It means to look at the thorn and see the rose, to look at the night and see the dawn. Impatience means to be short-sighted, as to not be able to see the outcome. The lovers of God never run out of patience, for they know that time is needed for the crescent moon to become full. Rule number 9. East or west, south or north, makes little difference. No matter what your destination is, just be sure to make every journey a journey within. If you travel within, you'll travel the whole wide world and beyond. Rule number 10. The midwife knows that when there is no pain, the mother cannot give birth. Likewise, for a new self to be born, hardship is necessary. Just as clay needs to go through intense heat to become strong, love can only be perfected through and after adversity. Rule number 11. The quest for love changes you. There is no seeker among those who search for love who has not matured on the way. The moment you start looking for love, you start to change from the inside and outside. Rule number 12. There are more fake gurus and false teachers in this world than the number of stars in the visible universe. Don't confuse power-driven, self-centered people with true mentors. A genuine spiritual master will not direct your attention to himself or herself, and will not expect absolute obedience or utter admiration from you, but instead will help you to appreciate and admire your inner self. True mentors are as transparent as glass. They let the light of God pass through them. 13. Try not to resist the changes which come your way. Instead, let life live through you, and do not worry that your life is turning upside down. How do you know that the side you are used to is better than the one to come? Rule number 14. God is busy with the completion of your work, both outwardly and inwardly. He is fully occupied with you. Every human being is a work in progress that is slowly but inexorably moving towards perfection. We are each an unfinished work of art, both waiting and striving to be completed. God deals with each separately because humanity is fine art of skilled penmanship, where every single dot is equally important for the entire picture. Rule number 15. It's easy to love a perfect God, unblemished and infallible that He is. What is far more difficult is to love fellow human being with all their imperfections and defects. Remember, one can only know what one is capable of loving. There is no wisdom without love. Unless we learn to love God's creation, we can neither truly love nor truly know God. Rule number 16. Real faith is the one inside. The rest simply washes off. There is only one type of dirt that cannot be cleansed with pure water, and that is the stain of hatred and bigotry contaminating the soul. You can purify your body through abstinence and fasting, but only love will purify your heart. Rule number 17. The whole universe is contained within a single human being, you. Everything that you see around, including the things that you might not be fond of, and even the people you despise or abhor, is present within you in varying degrees. Therefore, do not look for Shaitan outside yourself. The devil is not an extraordinary force that attacks from without. If you set to know yourself fully, facing it with honesty and hardness, you would see that it is an ordinary voice from within. Rule number 18. If you want to change the ways others treat you, you should first change the way you treat yourself, fully and sincerely. Otherwise, there is no way you can be loved. However, once you achieve that stage, be thankful for every thorn that others might throw at you. It is a sign that you will soon be showered in roses. Rule number 19. Fret not where the road will take you. Instead, concentrate on the first step. That is the hardest part, and that is what you are responsible for. Once you take that step, let everything do what it naturally does, and the rest will follow. Don't go with the flow. Be the flow. Rule number 20. We were all created in His image, and yet we were each created differently and unique. No two people are the same. No hearts beat to the same rhythm. If God had wanted everyone to be the same, He would have made it so. Therefore, disrespecting differences and imposing your thoughts on others is tantamount to disrespecting God's holy scheme. Rule number 21. When a true lover of God goes into a tavern, the tavern becomes his chamber of prayer. But when a wine bibber goes into the same chamber, it becomes his tavern. In everything we do, it is our hearts that makes the difference, not our outer appearance. Sufis do not judge other people on how they look or who they are. When a Sufi stares at someone, he keeps both eyes closed, and instead, he opens a third eye, the eye that sees the inner realm. Rule number 22. Life is a temporary loan, and this world is nothing but a sketchy imitation of reality. Only children would mistake a toy for the real thing, and yet human beings either become infatuated with the toy or disrespectfully break it and throw it aside. In this life, stay away from all kinds of extremities, for they will destroy your inner balance. Sufis do not go to extremes. A Sufi always remains mild and moderate. Rule number 23. The human being has a unique place among God's creation. God says, I breathed into him of my spirit. Each and every one of us, without exception, is designed to be God's delegate on earth. Ask yourself, just how often do you behave like a delegate, if you ever do so? Remember, it falls upon each of us to discover the divine spirit inside and live by it.
How to automate repetitive tasks. Watch this.
It's 2025. AI can build a pro-level website within a couple of minutes. Meanwhile, you're still asking it how to write emails.
On each of us to discover the divine spirit inside and live by it. Rule number 24. Hell is in the here and now. So is heaven. Quit worrying about hell or dreaming about heaven, as they are both present inside this very moment. Every time we fall in love, we ascend to heaven. Every time we hate, envy, or fight someone.
Okay, I'm gonna read you some Rumi quatrains. And I'm gonna create some clips on YouTube. Here we go. Late by myself, in the boat of myself. No light and no land anywhere. Cloud cover thick. I try to stay just above the surface, yet I'm already under and living within the ocean. I'm crying. My tears tell me that much. Last spring, they say, the new green, how weak you felt. Remember any night of all our nights, but don't remember things I've said. Friend, our closeness is this. Anywhere you put your foot, feel me in the firmness under you. How is it with this love? I see your world and not you. When I am with you, we stay up all night. When you're not here, I can't go to sleep. Praise God for these two insomnias and the difference between them. When I die, lay out the corpse. You may want to kiss my lips, just beginning to decay. Don't be frightened if I open my eyes. This bleeding eventually stops. The wolf appears. We run off in different directions, with always some thought of how lucky we are. But nothing floats for long. Death floods in the mouth and the ear. Every head goes under and away. For years, copying other people, I tried to know myself. From within, I couldn't decide what to do. Unable to see, I heard my name being called. Then I walked outside. Today, like every other day, we wake up empty and frightened. Don't open the door to the study, begin reading. Take down a musical instrument. Let the beauty we love be what we do. There are hundreds of ways to kneel and kiss the ground. The breeze at dawn has secrets to tell you. Don't go back to sleep. You must ask for what you really want. Don't go back to sleep. People are going back and forth across the door sill, where the two worlds touch. The door is round and open. Don't go back to sleep. Take someone who doesn't keep score, who's not looking to be richer or afraid of losing, who has not the slightest interest even in his own personality. He's free. Out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field. I'll meet you there. When the soul lies down in that grass, the world is too full to talk about. Ideas Language, even the phrase each other, doesn't make any sense. I would love to kiss you. The price of kissing is your life. Now my loving is running toward my life, shouting, what a bargain. Let's buy it. We have this way of talking, and we have another. Apart from what we wish and what we fear may happen, we are alive with other life, as clear stones take form in the mountain. Someone who goes with half a loaf of bread to a small place that fits like a nest round him. Someone who wants no more, who's not himself longed for by anyone else. He is a letter to everyone. You open it. It says, live. Who sees inside from outside? Who finds hundreds of mysteries even when minds are deranged? See through his eyes and what he sees. Who then is looking out from his eyes? The clear bead at the center changes everything. There are no edges to my loving now. I've heard it said there's a window that opens from one mind to another. But if there's no wall, there's no need for fitting the window or the latch. We take long trips. We puzzle over the meaning of a painting or a book, when what we're wanting to see and understand in this world, we are that. Does sunset sometimes look like the sun's coming up? Do you know what a faithful love is like? You're crying. You say you've burned yourself. But can you think of anyone who's not hazy with smoke? Daylight, full of small dancing particles, and one great turning. Our souls are dancing with you. Without feet they dance. Can you see them when I whisper in your ear? They try to say what you are, spiritual or sexual. They wondered about Solomon and all his wives. In the body of the world, they say, there is a soul, and of that. But we have ways within each other that will never be said by anyone. The human shape is a ghost, made of distraction and pain. Sometimes pure light, sometimes cruel, trying wildly to open this image tightly held within itself. Stay in the company of lovers, those other kinds of people. They each want to show you something. A crow will lead you to an empty barn, a parrot to sugar. There is a light seed grain inside. You fill it with yourself or it dies. I'm caught in this curling energy. Your hair. Whoever's calm and sensible is insane. Don't think of good advice for me. I've tasted the worst that can happen, so they lock me somewhere bound and gagged. They can't tie up this new love I have. You don't have bad days and good days. You don't sometimes feel brilliant and sometimes dumb. There's no studying, no scholarly thinking having to do with love, but there is a great deal of plotting and secret touching and nights you can't remember at all. The Sufi opens his hands to the universe and gives away each instant free, unlike someone who begs on the street for money to survive. A dervish begs to give you his life. There's a strange frenzy in my head of birds flying, each particle circulating on its own. Is the one I love everywhere? They say that paradise will be perfect, with lots of clear white wine and all the beautiful women. We hold on to times like this then, since this is how it's going to be. Come to the orchard in spring. There is light and wine, sweethearts and the pomegranate flowers. If you do not come, these do not matter. If you do come, these do not matter. Poles apart, and the color of dying. You are the color of being born. Unless we breathe in each other, there can be no garden. So that's why plants grow and laugh at our eyes, which focus on distance. Think that you're gliding out from the face of a cliff like an eagle. Think you're walking like a tiger walks by himself in the forest. You're handsome when you're after food. Spend less time with nightingales and peacocks. One is just a voice, the other just a color. For a while we lived with people, but we saw no sign in them of the faithfulness we wanted. It's better to hide completely within, as water hides in metal, as fire hides in rock. The mystery does not get clearer by repeating the question, nor is it bought with going to amazing places. Until you've kept your eyes, and you're wanting still for 50 years, you don't begin to cross over from confusion. The minute I'm disappointed, I feel encouraged. When I am ruined, I am healed. When I am quiet and solid as the ground, then I talk, the low tones of thunder for everyone. I drink stream water and the air becomes clearer, and everything I do. I become a water wheel, turning and tasting you as long as water moves. In pain, I breathe easier. The scared child is running from the house, screaming. I hear the gentleness. Under 9 layers of illusion, whatever the light, on the face of any object, in the ground itself, I see your face. Today I'm up wandering, turning my skull into a cup for others to drink wine from. In this town somewhere there sits a calm, intelligent man who doesn't know what he's about to do. I asked for 1 kiss. You gave me 6. Who was teacher is now student. Things good and generous take form in me, and the air is clear. I am insane, but they keep calling to me. No one here knows me, but no one chases me off. My job is to stay awake, like the night watchman, when they're drunk enough and it's late enough. They recognize me. They say, there's daylight. During the day I was singing with you. At night we slept in the same bed. I wasn't conscious day or night. I thought I knew who I was, but I was you. Drinking wine with you, getting warmer and warmer. I think, why not trade in this overcoat made of leaves and dirt? Then I look out the window. For what? Both worlds are here. Since we've seen each other, a game goes on. Secretly I move, and you respond. You're winning. You think it's funny. But look up from the board now. Look how I've brought in furniture to this invisible place, so we can live here. The minute I heard my first love story, I started looking for you, not knowing how blind that was. Lovers don't finally meet somewhere. They're in each other all along. If you have any patience left, we know what to do. If you love sleep, we'll tear you away. If you change into a mountain, we'll melt you. If you become an ocean, we'll drain you. You say you have no sexual longing anymore. You're one with the one you love. This is dangerous. Don't believe that I have a love like that. If one day you see a picture of how you think, you will hate yourself openly. Okay, I'm going to read these last two pages and then they'll complete these roomy quatrains. I'm not talking out loud. I'm talking to the ears of your spirit. Remember what I've said. Tomorrow I'll say openly what I'm saying tonight. We've given up making a living. It's all this crazy love poetry now. It's everywhere. Our eyes and our feelings focus together with our words. We have a huge barrel of wine, but no cups. It's fine with us. Every morning we glow and in the evening we glow again. They say there's no future for us. They're right, which is fine with us. Do you think I know what I'm doing? For one breath, or half breath, I belong to myself. As much as a pen knows what it's writing, or the ball can guess what it's going next. Do not sit long with a sad friend. When you go to a garden, do you look at thorns or flowers? Spend more time with roses and jasmine. Inside the great mystery that is, we don't really own anything. What is this competition we feel then, before we go, one at a time, through the same gates? We are the mirror as well as the face in it. We are tasting the taste this minute of eternity. We are pain, and what cures pain? We are the sweet, cold water and the jar that pours. At At night we fall into each other with such grace. When it's light, you throw me back like you do your hair. Your eyes now drunk with God, mine with looking at you. One drunkard takes care of another. We are walking through a garden. Turn away for a minute. You're doing it again. You have my face here, but you look at flowers.
I think you have a little bit more of a simplified background. I mean, a little bit more of a simplified understanding of what it is that I do, but that's cool because it's.
Do you have a quantum computer at your lab?
No, I don't have. No, I don't have a quantum computer for that. No.
But you hook the kids up with a remote terminal to a quantum computer, right?
Yeah. So.
Okay. It's basically like five qubit calculations or something.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah. But the folks that I work with in quantum, yeah, there are some of them who it's their whole life. But even in fact, I should send you some of the info on QSteam, and I mean you can look it up. But I think I've told you a little bit about it. Like we build courses. We build quantum courses.
QSteam. QSTEM?
Yeah.
Wow, QSTEam.
QSteam. Yeah.
So it's like, oh, you've added quantum to STEM. Oh, STEAM.
Yeah.
Wow, did you like make it sound like he's
like a complete, yeah, it's like LGBTQ plus. I got it, all the letters.
Yeah, so
it's a buzzword salad, I got it.
Yeah, something like that. But it's more,
get it, yeah.
If you're someone on the learning side of the desk, if you're somebody interested in learning quantum science, QSteam is just sort of a bunch of on-road and on-ramp ways to get there. We built 4 courses, and there's 4 more courses that we're trying to come in with as well.
But what it is it's a QISE minor. So the curriculum is
one that's built where students get to come in and, you know, they it's not just learning the basics. Like you learn a minor in quantum in your R1 institution or in any institution for that matter. And with the partnership universities that we already have, as long as we have faculty to teach them, we can run it at any given time if there's a critical mass of students to take it. So, you know, there's internship opportunities through it as well. But the 4 courses basically are pretty comprehensive in terms of just getting your feet wet and understanding what it's about, and hopefully the people go on and they become
grad students and postdocs or anything like that if they want to go this direction. But there's also a lot of entryways into the field.
But in the end, they're comfortable with Shor's algorithm?
Oh yeah, they're comfortable with a lot more than just that. I mean, they're comfortable with just, being in a lab, so a lot of times they're already in a school that might have access to.
Do you have an oscilloscope and microwave generators or lasers?
Two things here. When you say we, right? So it depends what you're talking about.
Are the students exposed to an oscilloscope and microwave equipment.
Yes, but let me say it to you like this. So there's over 70 institutions we're talking about right now. We're not just talking about my institution. So it depends where
So
you're
it's
at.
some kind of collective thing and it's different everywhere?
Yeah, it's NSF funded, yes. So it was
Oh,
built to
interesting.
go.
So that's the program. Yeah, I see.
Yep. Anyways, I don't find too much of this what I really was trying to necessarily talk about tonight, but
Simulation. You want to talk about simulation? So simulation, we talked about, of course, the chances are low that it's us, that we're in the real one. That was a good model. Is there any other kind of Drake equations, like the probability that this thing is the case, that you're familiar in this field?
No, I can't. I don't think there's
so simulation interpretation.
I mean, just like the Drake equation, any kind of math that you want to throw into the probability that you're in a simulation is going to be very loosey-goosey. Just like the Drake equation, every single one of those variables is up for debate.
Yeah, all the terms are loosey-goosey, right? But that's not what's important about the Drake equation. The importance of the Drake equation is whether or not it fully captures the terms that would be important. And then over time, you can... Well, I feel like it's a pretty good expression of that. I don't think anybody's added anything critical to it in 50 years, put it that way.
Right. I don't either.
Right, so I wouldn't call it incomplete, but I would agree to you that it's amorphous, meaning all of the terms do not have qualitative values. Quantitative values, sorry.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Okay, simulation interpretation. So I think of simulation interpretation as one of the ways that you can kind of escape the hellhole that's created by quantum entanglement. Is that your understanding as well?
Say it again? What?
Simulation interpretation
is the way that we can escape the hellhole of quantum interpretation?
Of the quantum entanglement, sure. Well, look, you have quantum entanglement, right? You have Bell's. Bell kind of creates this, and then with John Clausen and everything, once you get rid of hidden variables, now you've got real problems. You've got, like, what, the observer effect problem, you've got multiple universes problems.
Yep.
You've got, what, superdeterminism is one way that you can deal with this, and the simulation interpretation is another way you can deal with this. Now, I prefer Einstein interpretation, which is I opened up a room on that earlier.
I know you do.
And that's just the hidden variable local realism interpretation, right? I think that one is on the has the best grasp, but simulation interpretation would be, well, if you take a look, if you accept simulation interpretation, there's no need for you to accept multiple universes interpretation. See what I mean?
Well, there's another slant on that. I mean, you could say that the multiple universes could also not be a quantum object, right? It could not be a result of quantum. You could still get there with simulations. I mean, it would make more sense to have multiple universes, right? If you had a simulation. I mean, that as a sentence almost makes more plausible sense, right? It would mean something different. It would mean something different.
That's kind of interesting, because what you're kind of poking at there is that maybe we could have an experiment that would expose the fact that the machine has to spin up a new universe every time we do a thing that triggers quantum entanglement.
Yeah, whatever that thing is, right? Like,
whatever that thing is. And maybe we could feel the parent computer slowing down for a minute every time it has to spin one up.
Sure. Why we get weird effects like Casimir effect or Hawking radiation or whatever, these things that feel weird, anything that's quantum jittery maybe, I don't know if they have to be, mutually exclusive. But anyways, I think without getting into it, didn't realize there was people here that I haven't invited up. What up, Hanson? What up? Speak of Hanson.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what's wrong. It's very rare that I speak for more than about 25 seconds before there isn't 14 people who all want to.
It's because of when you're in a room, Benjamin, people are like, "Oh my gosh, I have to contribute to the talk." Benjamin's talking, it's got to be good. What up, Hanson?
Right. Well, usually they just come up and like.
Entanglement. Yes, it is.
Entanglement.
If you say the word quantum, it's like saying, standing in front of the mirror at midnight and evoking the devil to come out. What is
If you leave the topic at the top of the room for about 14 seconds, I'm going to ask the two of you to attack my latest thesis so that I can defend it.
Jeez.
Hi, Sean. Sean and I haven't met, but I can tell he loves me.
He's got. Yeah.
It was, boy. Come on, my man.
How he run the play?
Yeah, man.
Boy, they jumping the shit out of fucking Hugo over there.
Yeah, man.
But how he run the play though?
He ran the play on Hugo.
He went over there and count out the whole no, they jumping the shit out of Hugo. Hugo went over there and hit home.
Yes, man. I'm good.
We in
so happy.
Age, I gotta eat with my wife, but I want you to think about that. Job was actually suicidal. Job wanted to die. He was going through so much.
Do you want to keep answering questions from this guy? Because it seemed like you wanted to move on.
This is giving sinners.
I still want to.
Hold on, Sam.
You're talking.
Hold on, dang, hold on.
You're hogging the mic.
Hold on. No, what do you mean? Him and Deep just had a whole conversation.
You're hogging the mic.
I just got two.
You're hogging the mic like hogging the mic. Please chill.
I have 47 more moderators. Can you come on?
I have 47 more
Moderators, I'm trying to talk right now and everyone's over talking me. Why is everyone over talking me right now?
27 more questions.
I'm the one that's talking, y'all.
I have 47 more questions.
Why is everybody over talking me right now? What the fuck, moderators?
Be nice.
I have 27 more questions.
Was having a sincere conversation with you. If you don't want to have the conversation with him, can you let him know? If not, they're gonna troll Azariah. So
I don't even want to troll. I just want to say something.
if
I
you
don't
can
want to
give
decide
him
it.
respect to let him know if you want to still have the conversation, but that he can go eat with his wife if you don't want to have the conversation.
Well, I mean, if he wants to like kind of quickly give kind of his closing question, and then we can, because I know everyone might want to jump in. So if he wants to like quickly kind of give his closing question, we can knock that out real quick.
Yeah, B-Max, I just had two more questions. I'm not pigeonholing you to nothing. You just answer it and say you don't know. It's simple. Are billions of people from all eras simply just delusional by believing in a higher power, while modern atheists are the only ones who got it right?
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't go that far as saying like, it's a delusion. I don't. If people want to like believe in higher power, fine. Because I think it gives people strength to kind of get to their day. So I mean, I don't think it's fair to call it delusional somehow.
Great answer, bro. The last question. I understand that people on stage go through my PTR, when they get emotional when they go to see my pieces, but they will be okay.
Did you not hear him say one final question?
Be quiet. Be quiet. It ain't your turn.
You heard him say one final question.
Last question. Be quiet. If your thoughts came from a brain formed by accident, how can you trust that your reasoning is even valid? This is my last question, brother.
I hear what you're saying. I don't have all the answers. All I know is that it seems that we're here for natural causes. If there is truly a creator that put us here, and if you have a demonstration of a creator, I'm over here. But that's kind of how I answer it.
I'll praise it, brother. We're great deal, brother. I respect me. He's disrespectful.
Shut the fuck up.
Look at him. And he came and hold his peace as
Shut the fuck up.
His PC hard.
27 more questions.
His name is Sam Rosen.
27 more questions.
I'm done, D. Take over the ring. Control these goddamn wild animals on the stage.
Did you guys hear the chirp? Did you guys hear the smoke alarm chirp? I just heard the third smoke alarm chirp. Did anybody hear the smoke alarm? That's the third time I heard the smoke alarm. Someone else please tell me I heard the smoke alarm.
Moderation, be quiet.
Replace the batteries in the smoke alarm.
I appreciate that was the third chirp.
Your input. I think being back enjoyed the conversation. We can move on to the next. Have a wonderful dinner with your wife.
Bye. So, when it comes to the Book of Job, the Book of Job is enough to make you just know that the whole story is childish nonsense. You have the devil and God having a wager. We're gonna torture this man and bet on who, whether he's gonna keep worshiping you if you torture him. That's the behavior of psychopaths. There's no reason why God would need to do the wager, given that it's omniscient. There's no reason why we would have to prove anything to the devil. He could just beam the true beliefs into the devil's mind. The idea that the devil and God would make a wager and then use the torture of a man as a fucking way to do it is retarded. And then God, in the story of Job, he killed Job's sons, and then they give God afterwards we gave him new sons, so therefore it's fine that I did this. It's not fine that you killed my sons just because you gave me more sons, you fucking retard God. So the story is just childish, evil nonsense, and you should just all see it obvious.
I think Sam made a great point.
That's from the perspective of someone who doesn't know the Bible. So
yeah, let King respond.
Go ahead, King.
Yeah. So I'm not even gonna. Well, I'll be in the Bible a little bit, but I'm just gonna be realistic. So recently, I just lost my homeboy, my best friend. I talked to him day and night. At night I talked to him. Morning I talked to him. It was a hard loss for me. You know what I'm saying? And he hurt me. I was hurt. I'm driving, trying to work, and it just really hurt me to the core. And I do believe in the God of the Bible that we read about. But what's crazy, what happened to me, is gonna blow y'all mind, bro. I drive trucks, right? I was in the woods just driving. An owl came down and broke my antenna off my truck. And I'm like, damn, so I had to get another antenna. The next night, another owl come down, probably an hour somewhere else, come down like he's finna come in my windshield and just fly up. And I kind of jumped because I was messing with my phone at the same time. And so now I'm calling some of my friends, my wife, and I'm telling her, man, I had two owls. One of them broke my antenna, one of them down there came and broke my windshield, coming straight at me. And so I was talking to my homeboys, we joking. He's like, damn, you might be seeing a ghost, that might be your boy, because he just died like 2 days ago. And it's the person I talk to every day, all day. It's my best friend. And I laughed about it, and I was like, nah, man, I don't believe in that kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying? And so I said, if I see another owl, it's definitely a sign. I saw another owl that same night, and it came close to me. And so now it's got my attention. Now I'm searching. I'm on ChatGPT. What does that mean? And I'm seeing omens, and people see owls when people die and stuff like this. So I didn't think nothing of it. Wow.
No, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I didn't think nothing of it. So I saw, and so now I'm just really searching, going hard. I'm searching. And so what I end up doing is going back to the last conversation me and my friend had the day before he died, he got killed. And we was talking about how the ancient languages had links to them, every letter. meanings to it. And so in the midst of this process, I see one more owl, and when I go to this place, I type in my number, and I was like, I just seen 4 owls within the span of like 3 days, and they all close encounters. And while I'm talking, I put my number in the computer, and the screen pop up. It got a picture of an owl. I'm like, okay, God, you got my attention. And now I go search the ancient language, because I go back to the text message the day before to see what we was talking about. We was talking about ancient Hebrew. And so I looked up owl in the ancient Hebrew, and I ChatGPT'd it, and looked up the letters, and it came back, it said the Yod, which is the divine hand, the beginning of transformation, and then the Nun, which is life in motion, the continuation of a soul, Shin, the fire, pain, or spiritual refinement, and then the Vowel was the bridge, the connection between worlds, and then the last letter was Peh, the mouth, the breath, the voice returning after one is silent. And when you put that together, let me see, can I get it? Let me see, can I get it? When you put it together, it forms a sentence, though, and the sentence is
what are you yapping about, boy?
This man, he's talking about something that was
I want to know what this boy is yapping about.
Well, I'm just giving my experiences, man.
Go ahead and give it now, boy. Get to the point, boy.
Okay, they're in the hood. Who's going to be good for the hood?
Yeah, but long story short, it was a message straight from the Most High God telling me that my friend.
No. Go back to what you said the sentence.
Okay, they're.
Okay. Let me see, can I get it?
Okay.
So I went through the letters, and then it formed the sentence. I can't get to it right now, but when you put those letters together, it's telling you that that my friend was in the hands of the divine one, and he's being going through a transformation. His life is in motion, his soul is continuing, and it says a spiritual refinement, and then it had the bridge, the connection between worlds, and the mouth, the breath, the voice returning after silence. So my friend died, but I know that his soul is with the Most High God. That's what the message of the hour was when I broke it down in the ancient Hebrew. And the Most High got my attention because that's what we was talking about before he passed. And that's outside of the scriptures. I didn't have to go to the scripture. That's real life. I told my Christian friends. I told my Hebrew Israelite friends. I told my atheist friends. You know what everybody said? I told my Muslim friends. You crazy. But it's only a few people that can hear this and believe. But that's straight from my life experience. So I know that there is a God, and that's a fact.
I received your message. Yeah, I hear you. Anybody else would like to share?
I hate to say this, but I think that you were not systematically stalked by an owl who's trying to I don't know, molest your life and attack you, and just I think you're just making this up. I think you're a liar, pants on fire, who made up a story about an owl, and it's not true. So that's what.
Beware to share on this stage at your own risk.
All lay and pray MMA fighters should be banned from the damn sport.
Listen, that was the most dominant win I've ever seen.
It was, but I just...
Hey, Edward, I see you there in the audience. Our Clown House director here, Mojo, has taken a break from the app. But, we're going to have to get signatures still, so we'll see, if you want to get signatures, but based on your text, I assume you don't want to because there's a lot of spam and it's a waste of time. It could be a waste of time for you, but I'm pretty sure we could, we've got $1,000 in the campaign account, and I'm sure you could raise more money on here in a lot of these rooms if you're actually getting petitions signed,
Yesterday before I spoke with everybody, and I just acknowledged it.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that you had some of your rivals on there.
Yeah, there's a lot of haters on here, so but they're part of the game, you know.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess you just nothing of that. So, yeah. Um, yeah, I was just following up with you. I seen that you were live. I'm still interested, man. I think that you're a genuine person. You said you got what now?
We've raised $510 on the app, so I'm gonna match it. So we've got about $1,000 in our campaign account.
Mm-hmm. And last time I thought you said you had 1,000 already, and you were gonna match 900 at 19.
No, we've actually only raised like 510 off of Clubhouse, so I may have misspoke, but we've only got $1,000 in the campaign. But
And you got the papers yet? You got the sheets?
I don't have the PDFs. I haven't spent any more time looking for them yet. But I'd also like to try to do like a digital way where voters could sign the PDF with DocuSign, and we could submit one petition, one signature, and do it that way.
I'm not sure if that's all the way valid, but what we could do is have a mass meetup with the people that and correlate and coordinate like that. We'd have to look and see if that totally that would be totally valid in Illinois. But yeah, that's a great idea as well. And well, I'm about to finish up here, so I wanted to see what was the urgency here, because I didn't want to just hang around Elmhurst. It's pretty expensive out here if I didn't have to. So if I can just shoot on out to Bloomington, I could.
Yeah, I mean, not yet. I mean, and if we do, it's always probably going to be on a Friday, Saturday. So, because I figure that's when most people are out, and you can, capture the most number of signatures on a Friday, Saturday.
Me personally, I was just campaigning for today's 42nd district out here for the state rep candidate, Republican candidate, and got 150 today. And there was a festival Tuesday. I got 300. So, the weekend is good, but a lot of times, it doesn't matter. It's all about the weekend. So, I mean, I don't know if I hang around here, what is today, for a whole other week.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just not ready to do anything like, immediately until, Fridays and Saturdays. But the other component is, I mean, if you want to host rooms in the morning on Monday or Tuesday, I mean, a lot of this is also getting people from this app to basically donate to you or pay you. But, because we only have $1,000, part of this gig is also trying to, fundraise for yourself to get the petition signatures through this app. It may sound like an extra horrible step, but basically you're not going to get paid until the petitions come in signed anyways. So, I'm saying you could, if on your profile, if you have Cash App, because even the haters will send you money.
I mean,
You know.
I don't even know how to host the room and all of that.
Oh, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy. But what I'm saying is there are people that that like to play games on this app, and I'm sure that the people who absolutely find me obnoxious would actually pay you not to do work. So there's always that upside.
Yeah, I guess so, bro.
It's a funny game.
Yeah, I'll take all that under advisement, man. Just up front in the midnight oil, I seen that you were on, and I taking a listen to what you had going on over there. But yeah, yeah, keep me posted and updated, and
Yeah, Edward, if you can hear me, I will. So this is the Darren LaHood for Congress house, and one of our haters on here, Adams, who is supporting Darren LaHood, is giving us um, good content for YouTube. But we need Mojo X back, and he'll probably be back on Monday or Tuesday, hopefully. But he's the one who's helping or do a lot of the organizing here on this app and doing the money bombs, fundraisers, and content creation. And he liked you, so and I thought your interview went well, and I definitely want you to get signatures. But in terms of like, if you did a Friday and a Saturday and it was $200 a day plus lodging plus fuel, that's like going to be like a $700 endeavor. I would assume that would be the minimum you'd want to go out there for a Friday, Saturday. But it's, we'll see. We'll do one test like with one Friday, Saturday, see how many signatures you get, and then you can determine whether you want to do hourly or like per signature. Um, and then hopefully if we can raise a couple thousand, then it'll be no problem. You'll be able to maximize how much you're able to, bill doing this. But and if you want to, if you have an associate or a friend who wants to do it. Let me see here. So I'm gonna live stream an X Space. This is Adrian Dittman, aka Elon Musk, live on X right now. It's called The Conversation. It's under Adrian Dittman. That X account is called John Kitover IL16.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. What happened to the other guy that was talking?
Who?
You just tell me about Darren Hood and.
I mean, that was me. That was me.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It's just, I'm pressing buttons here. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Get acclimated to the app here.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, you said what now? LLC what?
Do you have an X account?
Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try to find this guy called Adrian Dittman on there. I'll put it in the chat on here. All right, maybe I can just get you the link. Let me see if I can pin it. But this guy, this is Elon Musk. This is his pen name account or his burner account. Two T's, one M. No, I think that's my account. Because I have filmed Elon Musk on X for like 2 years now. And
what's his profile?
it's in the link. Click that link above. That's his X account.
Oh, you put a link in here.
And we have a nationwide federal law enforcement apparatus that is also not accountable to the people.
That's Elon Musk.
I don't like using that word police state is just because it will be used as weapon.
Yeah, that's him. That's Elon
So
Musk.
it's definitely concerning. I just don't like using that word.
When has there ever been a situation
And
where
you
there
were
was a
saying,
single
what about
federal law enforcement agency or unit or
Just follow him, and because eventually we want to try to raise money from Elon, but he's not a friend of the campaign yet.
when has there ever been a single law enforcement force
are you,
together to police the citizens of the United States?
skip to Adriel, the guy who used to run Pro?
As a single unit, yeah, I don't think
force
that
is what I said.
No, I don't know.
single force.
Have you ever remembered in your history that there was a single police force that was governing or enforcing the laws of the cities of the country all at the same time?
Outside the box.
Ever? Other than task specific forces? There's task forces. I mean, a force is a force, right?
Of course, yeah.
Is a police force a force?
Of course.
So in your memory, when has there ever been a single force policing the cities of the United States of America that answered to this federal government ever?
It hasn't, which is why I'm saying this is a clear march to a worse scenario, is what I was getting at. If you go look at the origin of task force and look at the continuation where...
Yeah, but that's limited by task, correct? There's a limiting factor there, just in the name. There's a limitation there, right? It implies task is a limitation in scope, is it not?
Yeah, I see it.
To be honest, it's yes in the word, but that's not what happens in reality. I mean, they call it a task force.
But we're going by what it says.
Yeah.
So if a task force exceeds its mandate and overreaches just in that limited capacity, what do you think is going to happen with a federal police force? You think that it's going to follow the mandates, or we can expect what happened during the Biden administration? What do you think is more likely?
I think it will probably be used. It'll be weaponized by whoever's in.
So I'm in an X room right now called National Guard Federal Policing DC Good or Bad States Next Debate.
FBI field offices across the country, ATF
Let me
field
see if I get you
offices.
this link.
There never used to be this many field offices everywhere. So it's only getting worse.
And who is it getting worse under right now?
Anybody impressed to gentleman about Wade Hunsaker?
Who is running the executive branch that it's getting worse under right now?
Well, right now it's under Trump. I mean, it's been happening since the 70s. So.
Who is responsible for passing law? Okay, who is the governing body right now that it's happening under? In both Congress and in the Senate, in the House and the Senate and the executive. Who's it happening under?
Well, the union.
What party is in power right now in the United States?
The Republicans are in power.
What party was in power the last 4 years when it happened?
Are you talking about the Biden administration?
Okay, Edward, let's chat back on Clubhouse on Monday morning, or like 10 a.m., 11 a.m., and we'll see if Mojo's back. And we'll see if we can do a money bomb fundraiser on Monday to get you out into the field next week.
Democrats, right?
Yeah, I was trying to. Are you saying under the Biden?
This isn't just about Trump, but we need to hold.
Oh yeah. It's definitely third party.
Okay, so I voted for Trump.
Okay, let's keep our fingers crossed and enjoy the rest of your night, and I will chat with you tomorrow or Monday.
To remove the deep state. Is that happening right now?
Okay, sounds good. Have a good night. Talk to you soon.
I agree with you. It needs to.
Are the powers of the deep state expanding right now? Given that we're looking at a federal police force?
They are definitely expanding. And sadly, I think the excuse that's being used is basically it's being looked at as a triage type of a situation.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Let's go to the Keymaker. Go ahead.
Hey, Diligent, I've been listening in for a little bit. Interesting topic. I love it. I love the conversation. I was thinking about the question that you said. I think it's actually a good thing. I've been listening to you. I understand your take.
What's my take?
One of
I'm
the
just
points.
asking questions.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like what you were just saying. This is happening under Trump. The Trump administration. There is an expansion of federal authority into the states. The 10th Amendment. There's going to be a battle. The governor does have some powers when it comes to that. So it is interesting. I think that
How
we're
is that working out for Governor Newsom right now?
Well, that's the interesting point, because when it's a state that the president doesn't agree with, it seems
Ukrainian
like
President
it's very
Zelensky is
clear
once
that the
again
president
calling
has
for
a
a
lot of
personal
power.
meeting with Vladimir
And then when
Putin,
it's a state
saying
like
direct talks can bring lasting peace. He's proposing a new round of negotiations
Are our rights
next
the most important when people don't agree with them?
Yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to chime in. So the sheriffs, I believe, are the most important. They are the ones that report to the local communities that elect them. They can resist the governors. They can resist the president. They are the most powerful in the nation. It's always been the sheriffs. That's where the root power of law enforcement actually comes from, is the sheriff's departments. So now whether or not you're going to have a strong sheriff that's going to stick up for its citizens and its communities when a president sends in or a governor sends in other law enforcement.
Does Trump's new EO give him the authority to deputize sheriff and municipal law enforcement as ICE agents?
Well, yeah, so that's what I wanted to touch on that earlier. So when they deputize them, they're essentially giving them the permission to enforce the federal laws. From my understanding, it does. They can actually deputize these, whether it be sheriff or local law enforcement officers, to carry out what would be federal law, this is a very interesting discussion. Yeah, exactly. So this is a very interesting discussion.
So then the local law enforcement is being enveloped by the federal government, correct?
That would be exactly a police state. Yes, 100%. There's no way around it, whether it's my guy leading the country right now or not. You know what I mean? Like, this is not a good precedent to set. Yeah, so that's...
So then am I being hyperbolic or crazy, or what about my position of having a concern with this is fallacious?
No, nothing. I think that your concern, and I've kind of heard it in the way that I kind of think about it right now, our guy is kind of behind the wheel. We kind of agree with what he's doing, but we also know that he could abuse that power at any time, and he's not going to, this power is going to be left on the desk when he leaves. So whoever comes in after him, this sort of precedent that's being set is very dangerous.
Why is our guy limiting the power of the people?
That's the interesting part, because we are under an actual insurrection. I think it should have been called that from the beginning. I don't think they should be shirking around it. I think the president should release all of the classified materials to justify his actions. They're not doing it right now, but there's clearly an insurrection. It's been happening nationwide.
What do you mean by insurrection? What kind of insurrection is happening?
So foreign governments have been sending people, personnel, and money to the United States to influence our governors, our mayors, our elected officials in order to carry out non-U.S. agendas, non-U.S. government-related agendas.
And you don't think that they've been doing the same thing to get the federal government to carry out non-U.S. agendas?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Who was responsible for keeping the border down for 4 years last term? Was it the states or was it the federal government?
The federal government. I know Texas did try to.
So is having an open border in the best interest of the people?
No, absolutely not. You can't have open borders. You can't have a country.
So if the federal government is the one that's responsible for creating the invasion, how is policing the states going to fix a problem within the federal government?
Well, I think part of it's now you got to try and clean up the mess that was left from the prior administration, which is this is the way the U.S. Constitution and our government works. It's a back and forth kind of thing. You got that pendulum swinging back and forth, and I think that right now we're in a bad part of
Is increasing the weight of that pendulum the smartest thing to do when we know that it's going to swing back?
That's the tough question. How do you do this? And this is what I think Trump is actually trying to do. I think he's trying to be delicate while he does this, because he could have clearly just signed a piece of paper, declared it an insurrection, and handled this much differently. So I do believe he has the interest to do it.
You don't think that you have to be both brutal and a great chess player, obviously.
I don't think he's going to, unless it really gets that bad, because right now they're making a lot of ground without calling it an insurrection.
Wednesday he said that he is going to police the states, and if they resist, he will declare an emergency.
Yeah. So right now you have states that are actively resisting federal law enforcement.
As long as things go the way that the federal government wants, then they won't declare an insurrection. But if there's any resistance, they will. And the result either way is going to be a federal police force, correct?
Well, in a way, we already have a federal police force. It's just not organized for necessarily what he's using it for now. Like, that's not their sole objective. Isn't the sort of activity they're involved in right now, like cleaning up DC. That's not what they were necessarily trained to do.
What do you mean by cleaning up? How are they cleaning up DC?
Well, there was a lot of rampant crime all over the city. DC is actually more than 10 miles now.
General policing, right? General policing?
Yeah, like from my understanding, they're enforcing.
It wasn't task specific,
local
right?
laws.
It was local and federal.
Yeah, but they've now started helping with some of the local laws under the Attorney General.
Federal, in addition.
Bureau.
So now they are enforcing a unified local and federal law system, correct?
Yes, but technically this is only possible in Washington D.C. because this is a federal system. So he doesn't have to declare a insurrection.
If he declares the Insurrection Act when he goes into Detroit, or when he goes into Chicago or New York, will it still be a federal police force?
Well, I think he's trying to avoid that. He shouldn't have to.
What evidence do you have to suggest that he's avoiding it?
The 10th Amendment. He doesn't want to override the 10th Amendment and declare an insurrection. I mean, the states are responsible for the people in their states, not the federal government.
So
a lot of people have this upside down.
What evidence do you have that he's not going to send police into these cities?
It's not that I don't have evidence. So
I'm not saying that you don't have evidence. I'm not trying to get you to prove a negative. Okay, I'll try again. What evidence is there that Trump is not going to send? Okay, he's declared that he is sending police into the cities. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, but he's doing it for a reason.
That's not what I'm asking.
I understand. Yeah.
Okay. So, can we agree that he's declared he's sending police into state-level cities?
Yes, because the states and cities have failed to protect the citizens, which fall under the jurisdiction of the federal government as well.
So we can agree that he's sending police into state-level cities, federal police force, correct?
Yeah, they have field offices all over the place. They're not enforcing local laws.
Okay.
Now, that I know.
Are federal police enforcing local laws nationwide right now?
Not nationwide, not that I know of. I know that they are doing that in D.C., in Washington, D.C.
And does declare that he's intending to do it nationwide, correct?
Similar. I haven't heard the specifics, but in the cities that are kind of crime-ridden, as well as having what's now been declared foreign terrorist organizations in those cities.
Has he said he was going to stop there?
Section 1 of the United States Constitution.
He hasn't. Yeah,
Article
you know,
2.
I feel you.
Did he
I
say?
understand
Did he
what you're
say
saying.
how long they were going to be occupying cities and cleaning them up?
This is your U.S.
No, right now there's been no determination, but I'm going to point this out again, Diligent. There has been a massive failure on the state side. State governors, all the way down into the cities, that have failed to protect their citizens. I mean, there's death records to
So
prove it.
what has to happen for Trump to be able to successfully carry out the mission of lowering crime for a significant period of time in these cities? What has to happen to, what kind of force or what kind of police force does he have to organize to make that work?
Well, it should be a cooperation, like a cooperation agreement.
Yeah, but
it shouldn't
obviously
be
it's not
a federal.
a cooperation, or it would already be occurring. So let's get past the semantics of what it should be, and let's get to the semantics of what it needs to be. So, what has to happen for Trump to be able to enforce the rule of law in these Democrat cities?
It depends on which one you're talking about, right? Like New York has a much different problem than Detroit. But if we're talking about just like one category of crime,
what has to happen? When did they say that they were going to go into these cities and lower one category of crime? Did he say that when he spoke Wednesday?
No, that
would be a task force, correct?
Exactly. That's what I was getting at. Eventually, that's what they're going to determine.
That's not what was stated. So let's go by what was stated. Okay, so what would have to happen for Trump to go into New York, LA, and Chicago, because those are the three that he named? What has to happen for him to be able to go into those cities and lower crime in general?
Well, he'd have to have justification to do so first, which I said he already has in many.
What logistically has to happen for him to lower crime in New York, Chicago, and LA? Logistically. So don't try to come up with justifications, okay? When we're talking about logistics, it means actually, okay, making it happen. It's called cause and effect.
He could use the National Guard again, like he did in California.
And so there has to be a police force present under the authorization or the authority of the president, correct?
Yeah, and they'll deputize National Guard members.
And whoever they'll deputize whoever they need to make it happen, correct?
Yeah, in order to carry out the enforcement.
There will be an enforcement from the federal level in a local municipality in Chicago, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what the picture
And
looks
another
like.
one in LA.
It's possible. I believe there's problems.
If we described it was happening, if I mean it applies. Does it not apply to all three cities?
Well, logistically, yes. Logistically, yeah. 100% across the board. Yeah.
There has to be a federal law enforcement present to enforce the laws in this crime rampant city of Chicago, correct?
Yeah.
Does that same logic to apply to Chicago, to LA?
Yeah, any